Ready? We're going live on TV now. Hi chat, how we doing today? Welcome in. Also, Wilt, what the fuck? Wilt, what the fuck? Did you get hacked again? Not that that question at all is useful, because if you did get hacked, then you definitely would not say so, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Cristo. Why is the first thing you say that you peed on the cornflakes? What? You're bored? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It is very sweet of you to make a Mother's Day card, though. I'm probably just gonna write a nice email to my mom. For Mother's Day, which I gotta make sure to take care of. Funny shock value smile. Alright, chat, but welcome in, welcome in. Oh, stretch. For those of you who might be watching the VOD or something, if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, go check out the beginning of this live chat real quick. Hi Valk, welcome in. Appreciate you, by the way, pointing out the whole Fadia thing, as well as like recording that little run and everything. Was gonna ask you actually if you would be okay with me using that clip in this potential video coming up, since it will be related to various things we might talk about. But yeah, so anyway, speaking of, today we are here so that we can potentially finish, at least start writing, probably, video scripts. Since I have been, as you know, completely obsessed with NTE, and like, the first video that I originally wanted to work on, and I still want to work on afterwards, is just like a Daffodill guide, right? I've been fucking around so much with like Daffodill Quickswap. We've been pushing NTE so I could at least clear all of the permanent endgame and be able to start testing comps and things like that properly. But I feel like that's gonna require a good amount of like testing, potentially now with like the Fadia, with like the like effectiveness of Fadia Nova now being a thing I'm aware of after Valk brought it up today. And everything in the Discord servers, speaking of which, link in the description to the Goondola To Gacha Hell if you want to hang with a bunch of other gacha degenerates. We love hags here, and don't forget to live your most authentic life and goon from the hearts, as well as look respectfully. Anyway, but it would be, I would like to be able to test Fadia team with Daffodill, because from basically the whole thing with like Fadia, let me pull up her kit real quick. But like the thing with Fadia as a the thing with Fadia as a character, oh motherfucker, I think you just click here.
Pleasure working with you.
Yes. So the thing about Fadia, and like Fadia has been getting,
the child of love.
I haven't been looking
like
that much
look at me.
into, Jesus Christ, go chill. But the way that I have, the way, I haven't been looking that much into like what the community's been putting out and like videos and stuff like that, but for what I understand, Fadia gets kind of clowned on, and I am also guilty of this, for being like the worst S rank basically, because she is a survivability character in a game where survivability isn't a very big deal, and it's, you know, endgame is based on DPS checks basically. Slash skill-based DPS checks, which is what part of what the video we're going to be writing a script for is talking about. But as well as like doesn't really have much in terms of buffing outside of potential max HP buffing, and we have no max HP scalers yet. But then like Valk pointed out this, which is pretty damn strong, at least at the current point in the game that we seem to be at, and even though like endgame meta hasn't developed yet, and if anyone tells you they have, they're probably lying, not necessarily intentionally, but like endgame meta hasn't developed yet. That's something else we're also gonna like talk about in the script. But yeah, this is quite funny. It do funny thing. Like Valk posted a run of their own, or like basically just an example of their own on the Discord server. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm looking in general. I'm an idiot. Yeah, just like an example run showing up. Like the video. Subscribe to Valk. Or just take a quick look at this, right? Just to see like how funny Fadia Nova is. No issue with your skill issues being displayed. Smile said now a little bit. I mean, really just the point here is to just show how powerful, like, show how powerful the, like, actual output is, right? Like, that is just, that amount of damage is coming from just one Nova. That's from 2 Novas. Still don't know how I feel about Fadia. Being like a kinky motherfucker myself who's been in the kink scene for like a decade at this point, I still don't know enough about Fadia, and I'm concerned that she might be more of a caricature, right? Of like a kinky individual rather than actually being like an actual character who is also kinky. Can't really, I have to reserve judgment on that until I see her in like quests and stuff. But yeah, we can see how much damage like just that base Nova output has done, right? And the thing about this is that one very viable, potentially viable team comp, especially with Daffodill, since she's the only Chaos unit we have right now. And like, I haven't really looked to see if there's like beta stuff about like Lacrimosa, but as I understand, it's confirmed that she's Chaos. So she also probably is meant to be more of a cycle, like a cycle in like Nova slash Scorch character. But Nova spamming is very much a potentially viable playstyle. And Fadia being able to nuke that hard with it, potentially could be very strong, especially because the main advantage of Daffodill Quickswap, the way I play Daffodill Quickswap, right? Not her just staying off field and then coming in with Shadow Step to parry, which is kind of like her what I would say is her quote-unquote intended playstyle. But, like, not including that, using, like, her basic attack swap cancels, which is, instead of showing it in here, it's probably easier just to pull up the tweet. Yeah, it's probably just easy to pull up the tweets. You can see that, like, you can do swap cancels to swap back to basically buffer her basic 3 and 4, do other things, and then swap back and still get her basic 5 off. The main advantage of this, I have to, like, actually probably do some calculations to really figure out how good the damage is, because Daffodill does have good multipliers. I just don't know how good the damage actually is, because I haven't done any calcs. But the biggest advantage of this is that you can build up Cycle on 2 characters at the same time and build up Ult Energy on 2 characters at the same time. So this playstyle lends really well into doing a lot of Novas and Scorches, which with the amount that Fadia can shit out with at least the first like 3 Novas she puts out, like, that is potentially very significant for a comp that is specifically built around trying to spam out Nova / maybe Scorch. I also don't own Fadia is the problem, which means that I can't personally test this, as well as I can't personally test what her swap, how like her swap and swap back windows look. But so far, pretty much every character in the game has been able to do either like full swap backs or double swap backs. So I'm pretty confident that you can at least figure something out for that. Either way, that's not something I can really mess around with or test because I don't own Fadia. We have gotten pretty lucky in this account, and we have pulled a lot more S ranks than we probably should have based on the amount of pulls we've been able to throw into standard. But still we ended up getting like a free Daffodill A1 on like a single 10 pull that also got us Hathor. And then this account got Sakari on the first 10 pull, but then got another Sakari on the first S rank, like S rank soft pity. So yeah, don't have Fadia, don't have GUN. I am planning on buying at least one of them. At least one of them with little gold refund currency, right? Because I've got a decent amount built up. I am like half tempted to just wail on standard banner just to get these, just to pray that we get either Fadia or GUN, or at least save up, or at least get enough of these to buy one of them for testing purposes, especially because that would be pretty important for like a Daffodill guide or something. But we have 3 days till Hattori, so that seems kind of stupid, right? I might as well just wait to pull on Hattori first. That being said, I am pretty okay with wailing on this game because I enjoy this game so much I don't mind supporting it and helping it contribute to it like its earlier numbers and success. But B, I also just recently got a much better paying job, and I have already committed to like wailing a bit on some various gachas to celebrate, and I still haven't hit my comfort level for what I want to spend for that celebration, so. Fadia's combo feels more like Sakura than Nanaleo Baitongs in that you can buffer the full combo in the Daffodill window. Oh yeah, speaking of which, since Valk was mostly joking, I'm sure, about can we get 10 likes, but let me go ahead and put this in the chat real quick in case anyone wants to. Valk's Fadia Nova testing vid. Go like it right now. Do it. Do it. And pin. Okay, cool. But yeah. Your text is obfuscating the health HP bar. Ah, shit, my bad. Well, whatever. Point is, it's strong, but... You got Fadia as your first S ranking in a good team for her. Also, welcome in Luis, and welcome in Valk and everyone else, and Neo. Yeah. But yeah, HP Gamara's covered, my bad. Let's just watch it like this. Anyway. You'll see the grayed out portion, which is Nadia's like A2 passive. Yeah, you see that chunk? On top of like just the base damage that Nova is dealing as well. As I understand, it caps out at, what is it? 500% of her max HP? Which at level 50 can hit 10k, so that's 50k true damage essentially. Fairly significant. So yeah, fairly significant, I would say. But yeah, Luis, right now Daffodill is required for this Fadia Nova playstyle to work because she's literally the only Chaos character in the game. Like, she's literally the only Chaos character in the game, so you can only Nova with Chaos on your team. Yeah, you can only Nova with Chaos on the team, so it's kind of required, although Lacrimosa will be coming out, and Lacrimosa should be another Chaos character, as I understand. I mean, I would be very surprised if Lacrimosa wasn't a character focused on, like, cycles. On, like, cycle output, right? Like, I would be very surprised if she wasn't, like, a fast cycler that focuses on cycle output, because Daffodill works pretty well for cycle output if you're doing swap cancels, because of the fact that you can build up hers and someone else's at the same time. But that's not like her main thing. Her main thing is break, and like Discord helps with that. And then her main thing is doing sub DPS damage, potentially carry damage, but you know, that I need to figure out more about that. She really is intended at least to be a sub DPS character. But how well she works as like a main carry in a like cycle intensity team where your supports are building high cycle intensity, and then Daffodill does good damage while you can get good damage out of Novas and Scorches, since as I understand, the damage that you do with like a Nova or Scorch or whatever is determined by which of the two characters, which one has the highest cycle intensity. So you can just build your supports with cycle intensity / probably break. I'm pretty sure break is the full team's break contribution, but I need to actually personally test that. Alright, anyway, the rules are that we still can't actually start doing the thing in the thumbnail and title of the video until we've done like 30 minutes of other bullshit and yap first. So real quick, let's go ahead and knock this at 27, Jesus. Let's go ahead and knock this out real quick, and then knock bup, 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 bup. Restock. I really like buying stuff manually, but I don't really feel like doing it today, so we'll just do this. Okay, cool. Well, that takes care of that cafe parts. Reach level 5 with city Esperability management ×3. Ugh, who am I even gonna, like, fucking level for that. Like, I did Haniel because Haniel has a lot of good things in there. And I did Daffodill because it's Daffodill. I am a Daffodill simp. I am the #1 Quickswap, Daffodill Quickswap addict. So I have to. But who else do I build up? I mean, probably Bitesong because he's either that or Nonly. Because they're both already at 3, so that makes the most sense. I don't know if this is better. Because it's probably variable. We'll just do Bitesong.
Back to work again.
I would want to do Hathor's. Because Hathor has, lets you, like, get a free delivery every single day, which is really cool, but she doesn't have any level, it'll take too long. Considering right now my only source of this really is mostly just dailies, which you get 4 per day. Okay, knock that out. Let's go ahead and... What the fuck was I farming with my stamina right now? Honestly, probably still just trying to get appropriate main stats on this. Could farm something smarter, but fuck it.
Time to switch up and becoming thin. I got it.
Friendly fire.
Leave it to me.
Quickswap funny. Let's go. Nothing.
Ready to save the day. Time.
I got it. Me? All right then.
Here I am.
Friendly
Man, I have not gotten a good feel for Bitesong's cancel. I mean, that was a successful one. I have not gotten a good feel for Bitesong's basic 3-4 cancel timing yet, though. I'm a little rough on it. Oh, fuck you, wrong type. Wrong element. Alright. Would it be smart to wait till level 40 to do this? Yes, but I don't really have the time to grind level 40 is the problem.
Me? All right then.
Kick. Damn. Nothing. Alright, well, it is what it is. Gonna go into the store before it closes. Take it easy. Have a good one, Valk. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Hopefully see you later in the stream, potentially, since we will be doing this for a hot minute. Okay, wow, login gift, let's go. And daily's done. Very nice, Sue. Let's go ahead and make sure we gift, though. Always important to gift. Gift to Daffodill. Oh shit, I'm running out of 400 items. I don't need them for Nonly, though, because I want to be able to get Nonly to move in.
Can ever beat this.
It's also not the best items for her. I should really be buying, like, the more cost-efficient bond ones. That is a thing. Discord server has pinned a guide on that in the NTE NTRing my other gachas channel. Either way, we've done the 400s. I not buy, like, the 200 items for her? I thought I did. Whatever. I think I was mostly trying to burn through those shells first. I still have no fucking clue how I got those shells. No one else can move in except Cheese, so I guess we prioritize Cheese. Because you need...
I'm so sorry. I mean... I don't know what to say.
Because you need character move-ins, for, like,
treasure it for
leveling...
a long time.
I think management stuff? I forget. Yep, for leveling something, you need to get character move-ins. More stuff! I love stuff. The bond's gonna be there because of the ... We'll worry about that later. Let's see. Property... Let's... You know what? Let's just move both of them into our absurdly gigantic house. Okay, let's see here. How the fuck do I do this? Plus.
Woohoo! As long as I'm watching your. Hey, the wind's picking up.
Get Mint in here.
Wanna join the amazing Colucci's?
Of course, the only 2 S ranks I don't own are the 2 ones that are able to move in. Of fucking course.
I'm here.
Alright, cheese will be pretty soon. And that should be enough for something. I swear there was something that requires you to move in characters. What the fuck was it? Oh, property renovation guide. Yep, this one. Okay, cool. And that gets us more blue things. And this also gets us more blue things, which means we can potentially get more management. Cafe management up because we have more of the blue weird fruit things. Have invited 3 characters. Fuck you! God damn it. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We just bond up cheese, I guess. And that should let us hopefully get Baitang up.
Back to
Surely,
work
right?
again.
Right? That was enough. That was enough.
Fine.
That was exactly enough. Let's go. Meta progression. Let's go. And I have nothing for this one. Okay, cool. Well, I guess we just wait then. I love waiting, chat. Okay, well, that takes care of dailies. Probably just leave this on. Just let Daffodill chill while we work on this script. Okay, cool. So, script working on. It's been 27 minutes in. Which means we still have 3 more minutes. I also am, like, immediately now feeling some hunger from not having eaten enough at, like, lunch, and it's now fucking dinner time. So I'm gonna BRB super fast chat while and grab some food, and then we'll start working on the script. So BRB. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brainroll Background, for your service as always. Okay, cool. I have warmed up some leftover family meal from work, which I will not have a lot of family meal. I have a limited time to enjoy more like free food from family meals at work since my little place doesn't do it. But yeah, so I have Wednesday is my last day at my current workplace. I got until then to enjoy free family meal. Today for lunch family meal. They do both like a kind of breakfast lunch and then like lunch dinner one. They made a chicken Alfredo, but they used the recipe from one of our sister restaurants, which is a very expensive place. So it's very good chicken Alfredo. I'm not really the biggest fan of chicken Alfredo, honestly, but this one's pretty good. I do feel like I need to mix in some hot sauce for a little spice and flavor there. Let me throw a little bit of just habanero hot sauce in there. Add a little spice, little seasonings. Mix that shit in. But yeah, I just want to take a few bites. And got a little bit of energy, hopefully, before we work on this video. We'll see how long I better work on it. I did not sleep very well last night. So, definitely feeling a bit drained. I did feel very inspired to work on this video and thought about it quite a bit, though, on the drive home, because driving is a very good way for me to think about writing things. I actually crave writing project I want to work on at some point. But, yeah. A little bit of this garlic knot. No. Okay, some food is consumed when I took medication as well to help wake me up a bit. Okay. Hit my vape. Alright, let me move this food to the side a little bit so I can hit my keyboard more easily. Okay, cool. Holy spreadsheeting's a big video. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Okay. Oh, plan title for this video is NTE has the most complex and highest skill ceiling combat in gacha. Okay, that might be a bit too long. NTE combat guide. What's the word count on that? Is there a thing for word count in doc? There has to be. Whatever. Oop. 85 characters. Still too much. 66 characters. So, for those who don't know, a YouTube video title has 60 characters before it truncates off and has ... afterwards. So, whatever important information you want for the video title has to be in the first 60 characters. Okay, NTE's combat is the most complex and highest skill ceiling in gacha. God damn it. How about is gacha's most complex and highest skill ceiling? That's a little bit short. We can just use an ampersand here. That's exactly 60, so that works. Combats guide / analysis. I think it's, as I understand, it's probably bad, as it's bad for the algorithm to have it be over 60, even though it still technically can be on there, but fuck it, whatever. I could probably just get rid of this, and, like, NTE combat is still plenty descriptive. Gacha's most complex and high skill sync combat guide and analysis. Okay, cool. Oh, stretch. Okay, stretching it out a bit. I was feeling the stretch at some point in the early part of the stream while after working. Arms and hands are a bit tight because cocktail shaking and all that stuff. All right. Hey, everyone. Jinx here. Favorite washed up content creator. Should I do the whole thing? Your favorite washed up hag loving hag contents. Trash Panda. Content creator. So yeah, it's been a while since I made an actual video. In fact, it's been holy spread sheets. How long has it been actually? Fixing a minority co-worker, thank you, Leah. This one doesn't count. It's not a real video. Also, it doesn't really count. These are just stream clips, so they don't really count. 1 year ago. How long ago? Has it already been a year? Isn't Wuwa on its, like, second anniversary? Because this was made, like, June 2024. Holy spreadsheet. It has been 23 months. 23 months. I really am washed up. Anyway, we're here today because I have been enjoying Neverness to Everness. An incredibly large amount now. To the points of obsession. And the muses whispered tenderly into my ear holes and convinced me to make this video. So what is this video about? Well, I came into NTE expecting to at least enjoy the city life sim aspects of it, especially being a big fan of Cyberpunk 2077 and GTA 4/5. That is not how I want you. Let's just do this. 4/5. Okay. Next month is the 2-year anniversary. Okay, yeah, so literally, because I made that video, like, first month of Wuwa coming out, the Calcaro guide, so yeah, it has literally been 23 months. Jesus fucking Christ. And I very much am. What I did not expect is to enjoy the combat so thoroughly. The combats and all of its complexities so thoroughly. In my humble, especially considering what we saw in the early beta. Trailers and early beta showcases, which is honestly the last time I really engaged with NTE before its release. So I'm a very flow of consciousness writer, and I feel like I want to come back to this intro a little bit later and start on other pieces of it right now. Let's see. Finish, intro, and transition. Okay. So why do, in my humble and incredibly washed up and retired opinion, does NTE have the highest? Actually, no, let's get into why NTE has the highest complex and highest skill ceiling. Action combats in gacha. In the gacha industry. There's one thing I want to say before this. Fuck, what was it? I just thought of it. The sleep deprivation. Hey, welcome in, John. Good to see you. Yep, potentially. We're working on a script. Last time we tried this, though, we worked on the Ember video script, and I never made the Ember video, but that's also because the script got so unbelievably long, it wasn't really realistic to make without having to do, like, 2 40-minute videos. And I just didn't feel like doing that. This one should be notably shorter, or at least a bit more realistic to, like, record into a single video. Hopefully. There's actually quite a bit to talk about, but it also would not be too bad to, like, trim it down. We'll just see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. If I end up liking the script, because this one also is a bit of a simpler video. There won't need to be that many, like, examples on screens and things like that that'll add editing workload that I don't really... I'm so rusty, I want to kind of minimize that. Compared to, like, I do want to make, like, a Daffodill an advanced Daffodill guide talking about Quickswap's teams, but that requires more testing first. That requires me to own Fadia, too, because now it sounds like she's very definitely the best, teammate for like, Daffodill cycle intensity-based Nova teams. And also probably just a pretty good splash character to have in there for break Discord focused teams. So we'll see, but that one requires a lot more work put into it in terms of testing and in terms of recording footage of very specific examples and things like that. While this one can mostly probably just be like me skill issuing it in like fucking end game runs and just occasionally showing some examples. Shit, there was something, when I was halfway through the sentence, there was something I realized I wanted to say before it. So let's get into why, in my humble and incredibly washed up and retired, and very retired opinion, he has the most complex and highest skill ceiling action combat in the gacha industry. Distracted him good. It's not, you didn't distract me, John. I already was struggling to remember what this fucking line was. Okay, well, anyway, there's another point I want to make. I'm sure I'll remember that later. Okay, this video will be... Oh, that's what I wanted to it. Okay. Okay. So, on with the video. This video will be a combination of an analysis on what makes NTE's combats so complex, as well as what raises its skill ceiling. Combination of an announcement, what makes NTE's combat so complex as well as what raises its skill ceiling. And something along the lines of a guide on all of a guide on its combat in general. Since we will be discussing all the mechanics and systems in the combats, hopefully there is something or things for you to learn. Which is like the whole thing with a quotes, unquotes guide. I might change that sentence, those sentences a little bit, but that's at least the general idea. Apparently use Phoebe post in TOA? Interesting. To clarify, I am only talking about action combat in Gacha. Action combat in Gacha. In terms of strategic combats, IMO, the crown for complexity and skill ceiling. The crown rests on the head of Arknights. OG Arknights. Of OG Arknights. Y is a very long tangent I don't want to get into. But the fact that the incredibly hard to clear highest difficulty endgame CC levels have been cleared by goats using fucking 3 stars only speaks volumes. Also, to further clarify, let's see, actually, I think it's very important to preface what I mean. By complexity, skill ceiling, and difficulty. Also, to clarify, I am talking about action combat in Gacha. Yeah, work on this sentence. To further clarify, I think this paragraph isn't very important. Yeah, I kind of agree, Neo. I don't know if this is actually at all necessary. I mean, this sentence is... This sentence is mostly just there to, like, fucking glaze Arknights. Which is not very important. Because I think by saying skill ceiling action combat in the gacha industry, that already states all of that. Now, I have not played every action gacha out there. Gacha out there. Although So my comparison points on... But I'd argue I've hit all the big hitters. I dropped my vape. Shit. But I'm fairly confident I've played all the big hitters. And those that I haven't, as far as I know, just aren't as complex. Just aren't as complex. Does Yuki have teammates not from La Hyrule? I haven't actually played since Lupa patch. I don't know. I haven't looked at all into anything with Yuki because we haven't done a Woowa stream to pull her yet, and that's something I want to look into after that, right? So I'm not actually sure. I remember seeing someone post something that Chong-Li potentially works, which is interesting. But I haven't really looked into that yet. Just aren't as complex as the ones I have played. Full list of these games. These games have played, which are... let's see. Let's start with... Which are the big hitters, ZZZ, Woowa, and... way back in the day, Genshin. Along with smaller ones, along with some smaller, as for smaller ones, that would be Punishing Grey Raven, Honkai Impact 3rd, and Black Beacon. I'm sure there's more action gachas I play I'm not thinking of right now. And Nikkei and Snowbreak, if you count those, lol. My go-to that I can't play effectively. I really enjoy Chong-Li Quickswap, which is actually a part of the big thing about, a big part of the thing about NTE I'm enjoying so much is how good Quickswap is, and how, at least the current moment, most of the systems don't punish you and in fact reward you for Quickswap. That's kind of the big issue with Woowa. Woowa has, which is one thing I'm going to talk about in this script, Woowa has a very complex, has a lot of complex mechanics and some high skill ceiling shit you can do that doesn't matter because it actively makes your DPS worse. Like, Woowa has a lot of funny, silly shit you can do with quick swaps, swap backs. It even has like fucking Kara cancels and stuff, which I don't even know what a Kara cancel fucking is, but I know it's a thing that they can do. They have a lot of input buffering stuff you can do. They have there's a whole fuckload of really fun mechanics that exist in Woowa, and all of them, for the vast majority of teams, and especially in terms of the meta, make your team do less damage because they have, like, moved the design direction so heavily into the direction of playing more traditional rotation-based gameplay, like Genshin and Punishing Grey Raven. Outros being one of the big ones. Outros basically making it so you significantly damage your DPS if you swap off of a character who has been outroed onto. And then also having lots of characters that are specifically designed to have you not swap off during for their things because they have mechanics tied into not swapping off. The outro cleanses buff, so yeah, exactly. So quickslipping was mostly for style points. It's for style points and also just hurts your DPS is the problem. Like the fact of the matter is, no matter how much cool stuff you can do, if it makes your DPS worse and the end game is based on DPS, then it's not a good thing. Right? You're doing more difficult, more mechanical things that make your DPS actively worse. As far as I know at the moment at least, really the only teams that have like actually are better with Quickswap are like fucking Zani teams. I guess technically Changli Yao, but it's been so thoroughly power crept in damage, which was my favorite team to play, that it's just not really competitive anymore for endgame, unfortunately. And fucking, like, what other than Zani, what even is a competitive Quickswap team? Mono Fusion with Galbraina and Lupa has a little bit of Quickswap that we've showcased before in, like, tower runs and stuff on stream. But even then, it's not a true Quickswap team. It's just that you can speed up your rotations pretty decently by, once Galbraina does her shit. Or at the very first rotation, doing some swap backs with Lupa and Galbraina. It just speeds up your rotation by having Galbraina build up Forte before you swap onto her. But it's like, it's a minor optimization, right? It saves you like 3 seconds when you do it perfectly. Per rotation, which can matter if you're really tight on clearing, but like it's not that big of a deal. Chisa and Lene is the team for Hyuki. That makes sense. I mean, Chisa was kind of designed to be a sustained buffer for like elemental status dot teams, and Hyuki is finally like an ice dot character. So. Oh, you can't skip story to do events? That's unfortunate. I mean, I do want to play through the story. We're probably gonna do a Wua stream on Sunday. So I can actually like pull Hyuki, start doing some story, all that kind of jazz. Because I do really, really enjoy Wua. It is definitely like out of all like the really big ones, like including ZZ, HSR, all that kind of jazz. It is definitely my favorite one currently. There are other gachas that top it in terms of my personal tastes and favorite gachas, but they're all smaller ones. If you count OG Arknights as small, which it still, I guess, kind of technically is, but. And Nikki and Snowbreak. What other games? I'm like looking at the Gacha Hell list in the Discord server right now. Oh, I guess Enfield. Enfield. Back in the day, Genshin. Let me look at this list. NTE, Morimans, that's a strategy game. Nowfield, Arknights, that's a strategy game. Path to Yuri, that's a strategy game. Honkai Impact, Wuwa, Punishing Grey Ravens, HSR, that's a strategy game. ZZZ, Nikkei, technically action, I guess. British Waifus in it, R1999 is a strategy game. Genshin, Haunts, Uma Musume is a strategy game. Chaos Zero Nightmare is a strategy game. Vampire Yuri, what was that game? Silver and Blood is a strategy game. Black Beacon, I don't play Blue Archive, but Blue Archive is a channel because people requested it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in terms of my gacha history, those are all the action ones. But if I'm wrong on that, free to let me know in the comments. Just aren't as complex as the ones I have played. as how do I say this? It's not that they aren't as complex as the ones I play, because like there's a lot of, I'm sure there's like other action gachas that are more complex than fucking Black Beacon, but as the more complex ones that I've played, there we go. As the most complex ones I've played. Your Carathea still solos Tiwa. Does she solo middle tower, third and fourth floor is the important, or like middle tower, like first 3 floors. Fourth floor is easy, but when fielding my CC so bad, same. You're an HSR enjoy? Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, the whole thing is, like, I'm talking about action gachas. I also play a lot of strategy gachas, and generally speaking, I prefer the strategy gachas, just because I think that they generally end up being more complex and high skill ceiling due to the strategic aspect of it, but this video is about action ones. They upgraded the UI quite a bit. Wuwa specifically, like, upgraded their UI this patch for anniversary stuff, as I understand. If you count those, lol. These are the games that I will be comparing. The mechanics and systems of NTE 2. Okay, let's move this down here, because that's, yeah, that works. Out of all of these, I would argue that ZZZ and early Wuwa are highest complexity and skill ceiling, but so I will be mentioning these two a lot. Does TOA have 2 bosses on the final floor now? TOA has four fights in the middle tower now, and yeah, one of them is 2 bosses. Actually, I think 2 of them are 2 bosses. I don't remember. I kind of just clear TOA. Like, I haven't cleared TOA on stream in a hot minute, and I kind of just do it at, like, fucking 2 AM after work, and then just, like, Frolova team and one other random team, normally Monofusion or Dora team, my way through all of it, and then just say good enough and forget it exists afterwards. Wuwa has moved very heavily into the PGR direction, where it's just do your rotations correctly, and do your rotations while trying not to fucking die or get knocked out of important attacks. So it's kind of... I still enjoy it, and I enjoy PGR's combat, but it's not really engaging enough for me to, like, have to mold too much outside of cleaning up rotations, and it's a bit meta... It's not as bad as, like, HSR and meta-shilling, and non-shilled, slightly older, at least, like, year 2 teams can still clear just fine, but it's lost a lot of its luster for me to, like, want to, like, stream molding it, right? But it's still up there as, like, my top, like, big mainstream gacha, because I have been enjoying the cinematic story presentation, the degree of artistry they've been putting into that, even though NTE is topping that, in my opinion, but that's a whole separate thing. And also because the writing and the characters have been really good. The Imith daughter storyline is, in my opinion, the best single chapter we've gotten out of big mainstream gacha, excluding, like, visual novels that have stronger ones, but they're visual novels. I remember modding an old PGR, max difficulty solo, B rank Kamui with pure parry. You miss those times? Yeah, what's it? Fucking, like, Generation 2 characters kind of just shifted PGR so heavily away from that degree of things. Most characters trigger, like, pretty much since, like, fucking Bolter. Bolter 1, at least, first Bolter. Like, characters just trigger Matrix as part of their kits now, they have so many iframes, you kind of just ignore what the boss is doing 95% of the time, and it's really, the fun and challenge in PGR comes from how you min-max and optimize your rotation for things like HP breakpoints. And I enjoy doing that, in fact. Like, I will have a lot of fun trying to squeeze out a few extra points to hit, like, Chief's Measure in Pain Cage sometimes, or, like, I don't really mold my Warzone too much anymore, but I still try to push to, like, pretty decent scores. I end up in Legend fairly frequently-ish in PGL when I'm actually, like, doing the weeklies. I haven't done the weeklies in, like, 2 weeks because I've been fucking, like, in this NTE and Moriaman's, like, hole for the past, like, 2 or 3 weeks, but... And that's not a bad thing. It's just a different kind of game, right? But they aren't really... When you have meta teams, calling them an action game is a little misleading. They are action, but they aren't, like... They're rotation action. They are live action, like, rotation turn-based games, if I'm being completely honest. You're talking about max, you missed the times of max difficulty Babel? Yeah, and like max difficulty Babel's so fucking easy to clear now because of the meta teams. And like, I remember when fucking Cloud Island, even with meta teams, required you to actually mold a good amount to clear like all of Cloud Island with meta teams. Kind of like an early generation 2 PGR. Now it's just like fucking like brain dead easy with meta teams to just murder your way through. Like, they added a level above Cloud Islands in Norman, and even that one, you clear with, like, not even, like, perfect rotations, you're clearing with, like, fucking, like, over a minute of extra leeway time. We don't really have truly challenging content in PGR anymore when you have meta teams and know how to do their rotations properly, and a big part of the reason for that is because the only way to make it difficult is to have really high HP ceiling, because characters and teams have so many iframes, you don't have to engage with mechanics much. Outside of like some boss fights that require you to engage with mechanics, which I think is a bit better. It's something that like Honkai Impact 3rd does, where in Honkai Impact 3rd, between the two boss phases, HP phases, you always have to engage with the mechanics in between those two, and I think that's kind of fun. But ZZZ's been doing a bit more of that too with some of the newer bosses. Even though I've kind of fallen off on ZZZ, I'm probably gonna be taking a break for a patch or two, honestly, but I've got a good amount of pulls saved up, and I don't know how much I actually care about getting... I originally wanted to really get Pro Mea, but I don't know now. Anyway, that's a whole different thing. Now, I think it's very important to preface what I mean by complexity, skill ceiling, and difficulty. Complexity... What I mean by complexity is how the various is the degree of depth that exists in the systems and mechanics of the game. I don't know if I want to include in difficulty here, because the thing is, like, there is... Yeah, okay, let's do. And skill ceiling. First off, neither complexity nor skill ceiling is the same thing as difficulty. They often are related. But definitely not synonymous. Difficulty can be, and very often is, and in gacha and games very often is, heavily influenced by other factors such as artificial difficulty factors such as raw stat inflation and shilling of the newest, shiniest units. Is it is or R? No, difficulty is singular. Okay. I have no idea how to play any of my teams anymore. I would love it to be turn-based so I could hit auto smile. I mean, some teams are basically auto, but yeah. I mean, that is one kind of, honestly, it's kind of one of the nice things about Lua and like VGR, because they're so heavily rotation-based. Like, I can remember the rotations. So since I play so many different gachas, it doesn't require me to engage too heavily with like the action mechanics and the dynamism for me to be able to just kind of clear endgame and stuff. But if I want to, I can, but I don't have to, which is kind of nice. And then HSR, most of the endgame I've just been able to fucking auto through, honestly, outside of like the most difficult like anomaly arbitration, but which is kind of the only time I get to like engage with difficulty in the game, and like min-maxing really starts to matter. In fact, if I'm being honest, over the past, like, since Currency Wars came out, 80 to 90% of my time playing HSR has been Currency Wars. It's just such a good game mode compared to what, like, actual, like, what the end game really is like. I enjoy it a lot. I really enjoy Currency Wars. I'm like those motherfuckers who played League for ages and then just dropped it entirely for TFT when it came out. For that complexity, no skill seem the same thing as difficulty. They often are related, but definitely not synonymous, and difficulty can be, and gacha endgames very often is, influenced by other artificial difficulty factors such as raw stat inflation and shilling of the newest, shiniest units. Now, what I mean by complexity is the degree of depth that exists in the systems and mechanics of the game. And, very importantly, the systems and mechanics that actually matter. To your win conditions. Which, in the vast majority of gachas, is how fast you... moar is... what gives you more DPS, or as we used to say in ye olden deeps, what is max deeps? In ye olden days. Is because at the end of the day, and while we should play games to enjoy them, engaging with and mechanics are ultimately about rising above challenges, are about beating challenges Which in these games is clearing the end game. Clearing the end game. Welcome in, MVN. Good to see you. No worries, you're fine. It's totally fine. We're just gonna be like fucking writing anyway, so it's not exactly like this is much of a stream to like have to catch early on. I mean, it's part of why we also just don't start actually doing the thing for like the first 30 minutes, because at the end, because like when we're doing like story and stuff, especially if we're doing like, you know, end game pushing or something, we want to give people a decent amount of time to like be able to hop in before we actually get to that stuff. Especially because I don't schedule streams. I'll like ping in Discord, hey guys, stream is happening in like an hour, and then make the thumbnail like, hey guys, stream is happening in 20 minutes. So... Currency war turns stupid, you see funny 99.9 million damage drop. Yeah, it's fun. It is funny because once you start getting to like decent amounts in currency wars, like you don't, now the base unit of the game is, or damage is 1 million, and then once you get to like Wealth Creator 25 30 plus, the base unit becomes 1 billion. Like, it's how many billions of damage can you do by the end is what allows you to clear. Like fucking like Wealth Creator 30 plus, like, every boss you have to deal, like, 10 to, like, 25 billion damage to actually kill them at the end for, like, the last boss. Been once since I last saw Jinx, nice to see you around again, dear streamer. Welcome in, Subtle Light. Good to see you again. Thank you, and welcome in. Me too, I get random urges to do currency war runs, biggest W in HSL for sure. For sure, I didn't get a lot of sleep, or I got enough sleep, but I, stayed up way too late, like, fucking 2 days ago, because I was like, you know, I haven't, like, currency wars is, like, the rotation, like, I need to do it at least one run in, like, the next 3 days. So I might as well just do one, because I don't need to go to bed for, like, another 2 hours. Then I got, like, a fucking 100 HP clear, triple, +3 tier clear at Wealth Creator 30, because I haven't really played it since, that much since, like, the new patch came out, right? And then I was like, huh, that was fun. But there was, like, a team comp I wanted to try that was different that I ended up pivoting away from. Let me play this again. And then did it again. Got a 99 HP +3 tier clear. Did another one, got another +3, so I'm at 39 now. And then by the time I got my 3 runs done, I was like, shit, it's been like fucking 5 hours. I need to go to sleep. I have to, like, make it to the optometrist tomorrow before they close so I can get my new contacts. Honestly, Wealth Creator gets too ridiculous. I tend to stay a rank below. Yeah, I enjoy Wealth Creator. I mean, the thing is, I will definitely say, since they raised the Wealth Creator, it's noticeably easier to deal with 30 plus now. They definitely buffed basically all the fucking teams quite a bit in currency wars once they raised the level cap, probably because Wealth Creator 29 to 30 was fucking borderline impossible without a god run to clear before they like the update raised the level. So they definitely buffed everything to make it way easier. Like, there's definitely teams I ran, I was like, yeah, no, if I was running this team like before patch, because like my first +3 clear, my first was that took me to Wealth Creator 33 was follow-up team, and I had a better follow-up team at Wealth Creator 29 and still couldn't clear it before the patch. Welcome in, Nana. It's good to see you. It's been a second. What did you miss? Not much. We've just been like writing the very beginning and then getting distracted and tangenting and yapping another thing. You are losing a different way. It's so much easier. Mind you, you still have to play with good synergies and everything. And one of the things that made all 3 of those runs incredibly easier is how much, like, Welt was already really good, but Welt is damn near like a guaranteed win at this point, if you manage to get him and have a good team set up. Because the way they, like, maybe it's because I have, like, E3 Welt as well, but even so, like, with very minimal items, he just gets to ult every single time he uses a skill. Like, the amount of energy gen he gets now in Currency Wars lets him basically ult every time he skills. So, you very, very quickly hit, like, the cap on how much he's allowed to extend AV. Fucking, like, one of my +100 runs, I cleared the final boss, and it took me 30+ billion damage to do so, with a cycle and, like, 60 AV left, because Welt was just fucking extending it so much. and he ran out of extensions like halfway through the boss's second phase. Okay, anyway, it makes you wonder what the dedicated TFT game is gonna be. I don't know. It would be cool for them to do TFT. I'm excited to see what NTE decides to do for its roguelike. I think the interestingness of roguelike modes in gachas is incredibly high. It's just the vast majority, especially the big ones, don't really accomplish it well. Largely because the roguelikes aren't actually roguelikes. You don't have character drafting. You don't have like RNG characters. They're pretty much always, you can do silly things to make your favorite teams do a lot more damage. And in my opinion, by far the best roguelike modes require you to character draft, which to character pick during the run, which forces you to have to adapt strategies. And I think that is what makes, like, the best kind. That, or they just massively change the mechanics. Like, HSR's sim universe doesn't change mechanics that much. It just makes it so when you build good synergies, you do comically large damage numbers. And maybe have, like, faster rotations, but they don't really change that much. Wu's roguelike, back when it was events, and it fundamentally changed how characters play, was so much better than what we have now for, like, weekly stuff. CZN has a roguelike mode with character draft? It does. I actually re-downloaded CZN to pull the anniversary character, and haven't opened it since. But I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time with NTE and Morimans especially. And then me also wanting to work on other stuff. I don't have the time to play CZN right now. But I did want to pull the anniversary character because I know that they work well with Renoa, and I am still Renoa simp, so. Elusive Realms is back this past. Yes, it is, and I hope that they keep it around more. I played HSR in years, but you're one of the 10 Welt enjoyers in 1.0 to 1.2. Yeah, Welt got massively buffed MBN. They've been doing these things called Nova Flares, where they're buffing old characters, and Welt's got massively buffed. He's like a competitive meta DPS at like E4 and especially at E6, and you probably have lost enough 50/50s to have a high copy version like I do. Mine's is E3. I have like so many shop items that I could just buy him to E4, which I probably will do, but you missed the Renoa character. She was last banner. I know the Renoa character was last banner, but I'm pretty sure last banner, like, we're getting like a free selector, right? So I'm pretty sure I can select her with that. And also, I'm pretty sure it may not be like the most optimal Renoa team, but Renoa plus the anniversary character, they're both discard based characters. So like those two plus Nia would definitely still be a very functional team. Because if you run both of them and then is everything before? Of fucking course it is. Whatever. I also got like the fucking blonde. I like I threw like a 10 pole and got like the blonde lolly on standard because I had some and got like the blonde lolly character. Oh wait, no, I lost 50/50 and got the blonde lolly character, so I have them. I don't even know what they fucking do. And then they gave us like that thing where you can like roll 20 times with a guaranteed like 1.0 standard S rank to drop every time. I rolled 20 times. I got 0 Renoas, which is what I wanted, was another Renoa copy, which is fucking bullshit. I got like a Luke and Meilin like fucking like 6 times each and just decided to get Meilin because she's the only one I was missing. And I got 0 fucking Renoas. Either way, she's on like, she's gonna be in standard pool and she'll cycle back around, so whatever, I'll just get it later. You got 0 Rin for that, so you're still missing a character. Smile. I've gotten like fucking 3 Rins from like standard and losing 50/50. She will not leave me alone, and I refuse to play her. But anyway. At least for the sake of this video, this is how I define it. Beating challenges. I think the best example of this concept is my 3 is Withering Waves. Now, Wua is my favorites of the big mainstream 3D gachas. A Kuro fan since I started playing PGR 5 years ago. Was it 5 years ago? I think it's 5 years now. Yeah, I stopped playing in 21, I'm pretty sure. Or 22. I'll check. Let me just bold this so I can check. And Wuwa has a lot of very complex combat systems and mechanics, such as quick swaps and swap backs, Kara cancels, although, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what those are, but I know they are in it. Just realizing I remember that dynamism was an important thing I wanted to talk about. Although dynamism is more of an aspect of complexity, so that's fine. Okay, I can talk about it in complexity. Kara cancels, but I know they are in it. Multiple forms of resource management. Many potential combo pathings for most units, etc., etc. But ultimately, very few of these actually increase your DPS, and many actively hurt it. Hey, welcome back, Valk. Good to see you. Diana, though, is a character specifically better on discarding bullet cards, make zero-cost bullets that discard other cards, and has a card to discard the bullets to destroy her discard cards. The Diana arena with team is so fun to play. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to pull... Diana... Wait, is Diana the one on banner right now? Hold up. No, that's fine. Diana is the one I missed. It's fine. I'll just come back when she gets. Diana Ren was definitely very fun to play, but also, I mean, like, dual DPS, I guess, with Renoa and the current and the anniversary unit also is a thing. Renoa's already cracked. Yeah, Renoa's cracked, and I also have like a fucking like A4, E4, whatever the fucking the letter is for multiple copies. I have like an E4 Renoa. I've been spending all of my things on Renoa, but actually, I pulled a Wallenstein, had level 1 training gauntlet on Zani. I actually did that on my last TOA clear. I got like floor 2 or floor 3 on like middle tower clear, and I had to mold the shit out of it. And I was like, why am I not doing damage? And it turns out my fucking Iuno had a level 1 weapon on. I think it was like a 4-star one, but still. If you're getting the standard pulls daily in CZN, there's a chance slot. Yeah, exactly. I haven't been cashing those in, and I need to, but I know I still have time. When we do dailies later, I will probably just log on to CZN for that as well. Swaps. Dropping outro buffs and various other DPS and various other buffs. Various other units, mechanics. That's why I will not count those towards the complexity. assessments of game. It's cool that they are in there, but they ultimately are style points. Don't contribute the goals in the game, and don't contribute to clearing challenges. For the sake of complaining about CCM, what is the boss attack and HP up and self HP down modifier still in the pool? It's just reroll fodder at this point. Smile. Last TOA, I forgot to switch Ameth and Linnaea to the right mode, so I was struggling with future with Ameth to the wrong support. That's so funny. Yeah, I actually did. I also did a clear with Ameth where I forgot to swap. Still cleared because Dora team is kind of fucking busted, but like, yeah, I was on Fusion Burst Ameth on accident when I was running, you know, not that team. The degree of depth that exists in the system mechanics of the game, and especially in how they interact with each other. And, very importantly, the system mechanics that actually matter to your win conditions, which in the vast majority of gachas is what gives you more DPS, or as we used to say in the olden days, what is max deeps. It's because at the end of the day, while we should play games to enjoy them, engaging with the system mechanics are ultimately about beating challenges, which in these games is generally clearing the end game. At least for the sake of this video, this is how I define it. Enjoy, style, and challenge run gameplay. Doing those since OG Demon Souls. That's not the point of this video. I think the best best example of this concept is Winning Waves. Now, Wu is my favorite of the big mainstream. Gosh, should I tap this? That looks a bit weird. It's fine. Let me put a title here. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, skill ceiling. Now, when about skill ceiling, I again am not talking about style points, but rather what is still what's the max level of skill inputs is possible in order to optimize. Are many categories of things that contribute to complexity, which we will get to. Skill ceiling is not about what is needed to clear. It's not about what is needed to clear. That is skill floor. Which, again, varies a lot due to artificial difficulty factors. Such as HB creep and shilling. Skill ceiling is about what the max is about. How high the amount of skill inputs is required in order to truly maximize your output. AKA, how hard it is to hit your max deeps. Damn, that's a throwback. Damn, I am old. Okay, one check. I gotta plug in my vape. When I do this kind of thing, I like fucking chain pound my vape and it dies pretty fast. Is TOA Wuwa? Yes, MVN. It's Tower of Ascension. It's the main end game in Wuwa. There's 3 end games now in Wuwa, but that one's kind of the main one because it is better balanced for pretty much all teams to deal with, while Whimpering Waste is specifically AoE, so that it allows AoE teams to shine more, but is only AoE teams are good in Whimpering Wastes. And the newest endgame is End State Matrix is very good at showcasing and like very much tests you with different teams, but it requires you to have a shitload of teams to be able to score high, because every team fights, gets score, and then like how high you clear is based on how many points you get. So the more teams you have, the higher you get, right? So it requires you to have a lot of breadth, which frankly speaking, if you have a new account, you can't really hit. Like, I was finally able to max crown End State Matrix last patch, but that's because I finally had enough teams that I could perform decently well on all of my teams and still actually manage to get enough points. Okay, skill ceilings by how high? Many factors to skill ceiling. Skill ceiling, and importantly, skill ceiling. I need to capitalize this each time. The consistency of formatting that bothers me. And there are many factors. Skill ceiling. And very importantly, skill ceiling is not only mechanical difficulty of inputs, more strategic elements such as resource management, understanding team comps and mechanics, and timings are included in this. It's not only mechanical difficulty of inputs, aka how hard it is to input a combo, or how many dodges you have to do. More strategic elements such as resource management, understanding team comps, mechanics, and timings are included in this. Now, A great example of this is punishing Grey Raven. Man. Peeps are probably going to call me a co-robot after this video. Lamau. PGR is not that mechanically complex anymore. It used to be, but ever since Gen 2, they have pushed into a very rotation-focused game with 80 to 95% iframes. Not that only I guess physical mechanical difficulty, because there's non-physical mechanical difficulty. Mechanically complex anymore. Usually ever since Gen 2. Your combos. Almost never need to dodge anymore. However, the skill ceiling is quite high. Very provable. Since Endgame has graded on competitive PvE leaderboards. It's very provable since the Endgame gods and scores of similarly invested accounts can have wildly big gaps. In fact, I am willing to mold. Often score much higher. I often score higher than my whale friends who SSS every character. At least when I'm willing to mold. That's weak. Ceiling comes almost entirely from understanding how to adjust rotations to min-max your HP breakpoints. Because the optimal rotation deals more overall DPS does not mean it will. Does not mean there is not an alternative rotation that can hit the that can kill the boss's exact HP a few seconds faster. And timing of burst damage is important in the war zone. Wave-based mode due to since it takes a little time for new waves to spawn, making it very easy to waste damage. Okay, now that I've accidentally glazed Kuro games, now that we've covered that, let's finally talk about NTE. Ugh, how many pages is this already? It's already 2 pages. I'm gonna have to cut this down. We'll worry about that later, though. Been making a return there, buying on SSRs a Yinlin and random Augusta. I got then quit after acquiring her. Is now a good time to get long-lasting units. When I tried to play Augusta, I found out I had like 3 MSQ to complete to even farm her mats. Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't farm the mats on their patch, you don't get early access to this stuff anymore. It's Annie, so higher pulls than average. Next patch is Cyberpunk collab with Free Rebecca. Now it's time to hop back in. Yeah, definitely. Definitely just because of the Cyberpunk collab, it's a good time to hop in. There, yeah, we're still in the first half of Annie. There's still plenty of time for Annie stuff. So why do NTE has the most complex action combat? Let's break down a bunch of categories of complexity and compare them to other games. To NTA's contemporaries. Now that I think about it, with Mormon's now a staple, I need to find a new game to shill to maintain my prior chat levels. True, Laserproof, true. Although you can just yap about Mormon's things too. I love Mormon's. And I have already whaled a decent chunk for no other good reason, because I have so many limited pulls saved up that I'm not burning, just to support the game. I love Mormon's, and I know that it financially struggles. It almost EOS'd until it got new investors, so like I'm more than happy to spend money on the game. I fucking used my character copy items, character shard like selector items to get my cat to awaken 3, and then it gave me the option to basically spend like $100 to get like, what was it, like 70 pulls and like a free cat shot, and I was like, fuck it, why not? I guess I'll work on over-exalting her. After playing the game more, I fucking love tank cat playstyle. It's so fun. It is so fun, like, playing like fucking 3 to 8 cat cards in an entire turn and being tanky as fuck. It is comically funny to me. I love playing cat teams. Mormon's unironic issue is us not having more banners to gamble more. True. So true. Yeah, if Mormon's had a faster character release pace like the mainstream gachas do, where they're releasing 2 characters per patch and have shorter patches, then they would definitely pull economy would be a lot weaker. But they're incredibly overly generous in pulls to start with. And then they also just don't release characters that often. Like, my whaling and burning pulls, I still have like 400 fucking limited pulls. I've whaled a good amount, and I have 80% of the cast now. Somehow the one standard character that has eluded me, no matter how many fucking pulls I've thrown, though, at standard at this point is, like, what's his name? Kakis? The fucking, like, Aquar counter unit. Who, as I understand, is actually a very good unit in like, a lot of different teams. And he is only going to give more whale banners, yeah, but I'm also going to participate in those, because, like, I'm missing a lot of the Astral Rain limiteds. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of Astral Rain limited specifically, so, like, I do want to get some of them. But I still have a decent chunk of them, too, because I bought all of the Astral Rain limited, like, whale banners. And then happened to start playing, like, 2 days before Kath's banner went away, which if I had realized how much I enjoy playing Kath, I would have thrown all of my limited pulls at getting more Kath copies. She's so much fun to play. And also, I just love her voice, and I love her character design. And I don't know much about her story, because I haven't read through it yet, but I'm pretty sure I'll love her story, too. I love her personality. It's nice to actually find, like... It's pretty rare in the gacha to find a character that actually like, a female character that actually is butch, and actually is, like, properly tom-womanish. What the fuck is the adult term for, like, a tomboy? Or tom-man-ish? Because she's very much like an Onei-san hag, but... yeah, I love Kat's character. Okay. Alright. Free to skip 2 timestamps of these specific categories if you feel like it. Timestamps on the screen. Whoops. Okay, so specific categories. So let's start with physical, mechanical, complex. No, that's skill sling stuff. Okay, I gotta pee real quick, chat, because I'm having a difficulty thinking about this because I have to pee so badly. So I will be right back. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brainroll Background, for your service, as always. Oh, fun. We didn't actually have much of a viewer drop-off during the Kururin, which generally happens because people are weak. They are weak and are not worthy of being in this chat because they cannot handle the brain rot background. Only the strong who can survive the brain rot are allowed to be in this stream. Alright. Wait till post chapter 7, then you can really love Kath. Isn't chapter 7 when you get access to, like, the best supports, covenant in the game that lets you, like, have shitloads of key flare regen? Because I'm still decently managing to use Kath's key flare, or whatever, her, like, signature thing, posse, her signature posse, basically every single turn anyway, without it, just because I have broken fucking SSR wheels. Like, I have all the broken SSR key flare wheels already. And since I'm playing, like, tank Kath, I'm using, like, her set is the one I buy with the little black currency resource anyway, since she runs the one that gives you, like, 60% defense. Or 60% potency on the defense cards. God, Hyuki, time to log on until next character of interest. Smile! The next character of interest is Lucy. It's Lucy. If you play Wuwa and you don't pull Lucy, I'm banning you. I am a huge Cyberpunk simp. I love Cyberpunk 2077. I love edge runners. I actually spent probably way more money than I should have getting like the very limited run Cyberpunk Edge Runners first anniversary Blu-ray box set. I'm not a Blu-ray player. Blu-ray box set that came with actual cell sheets from Trigger, as well as a limited edition Lucy Nendoroid that I have left in the package, and then like a special art book and a bunch of other shit. They're giving you the one you want for free? True. I mean, as much as I love Lucy, like, Rebecca is, in my opinion, inarguably the better written character. Like, she genuinely is. They do fall a bit too much into making Lucy... Lucy's character is oftentimes too heavily tied to David. And like, she is quite a few times in the story essentially used as a plot point. I still think she's a lot better than a lot of people. I think she's a lot better written character than a lot of people tend to make her out to be. But she is inarguably worse written than Rebecca. Rebecca is the superiorly written character. she just has better character writing. She is a more full and fleshed out, multifaceted character. She has a lot more agency. I think the biggest thing is she has more agency. And Lucy has some agency, but is seriously lacking at a lot of points in the narrative is lacking agency. But still love them both, so you know. Planning on actually getting a Cyberpunk 2077 tattoo at some point. Okay, so... Game systems, resources. I'm having a hard time remembering all of the categories I wanted to go over now. Team comp variety is definitely a big one. Game systems is too broad. I need to cut that down. What do I mean by game systems? Let me drink some more caffeine real quick. See ya, guys. To clarify, you mean see as you're getting banned. Yep, John gets Banhammer. Not Paul Lucy. Get Banhammer. I am glad Rebecca's free, though. That is really cool. I haven't actually watched the trailers yet, because I'm planning on doing only do a Wooer stream on Sunday. Hugo makes a 10-50-50 loss in a row. Well, you got nothing left. I'm so sorry, Neo. That's fucking awful. I am so sorry. I can't believe Acid stole all your luck. Okay, let's see. Okay. Resource management. Oh, you know what? Types of resources. Types of mechanics. types of resources, team comp variety, playstyle variety. Important, I just remembered something. Important clarification is this is not always the game's definitional games meta, aka only considering the best teams, but rather the individual meta. I want this in the complexity. I don't think that's necessarily important. I think it's more in skill ceiling. Only considering the best teams are all the individual meta, aka maximizing outputs on specific teams / characters. You're out of at 3 out of 17 for Daffodills. I am so sorry, Neo. That's fucking awful. I am so sorry. Can't believe it took Rukia and Muwo for me to come back. I don't know which Rukia you're referring to. The Bleach one? Even Cyrene and Wuwa didn't do it. Yeah. I mean, Ameth is very much not Cyrene either. They're both pink-haired, like, bubbly characters, but I think that's pretty much where any of the similarities end, so it's a very surface-level thing. Then again, I guess they both also have, like, the savior complex bullshit, so, okay, there's a bit more than just skin-deep similarities. They both have the, martyrdom fucking messiah complex thing going on. But I think there's a lot of aspects of Ameth's character, especially because of their relationship with MC and, like, the whole daughter thing, that really, really expands outwards from, like, the Cyrene archetype. While, you know, Cyrene and Alicia are literally the same fucking character who do the same fucking things, basically. With, like, Honkai Impact Third and HSR, which is fair. It's fair. They're doing it. They're doing the XP thing well by doing that. Making a comeback and then the characters I should be going for. Mornier. Mostly just Mornier. If you want, like, universally most useful characters, probably Mornier. She's just universally incredibly strong support. Generally, execution difference is important. What do you mean by execution difference? I think I know what you mean, but what do you mean? Like, I guess be more specific so I make sure I'm not misunderstanding you. Do you mean, like, differences in, like, potential combo executional things like that? Monier's available right now, isn't she? I think she is. Like I said, I haven't really looked at the banners because I'm waiting until, like, we actually pull. I've just been doing dailies. I'm pretty sure Monier's up right now, isn't she? Yeah, Monier is just Shorekeeper, but better. So, like, and Shorekeeper's still, like, they're still competitive for best slot, honestly. It's just Monier synergizes better with modern DPSs. Also, Terrible ZZ, like, it wasn't like you get so many earlies. Yeah, Wu was giving me a lot of earlies, but only in, like, version 1. Since then, I haven't gone too many earlies. You don't have Shorekeeper, so you think that's your goal over Hiyuki then? I mean, if you're looking for, like, meta power, but if you like Hiyuki, get Hiyuki, you know? If your last character was Augusta, Linnea, Monia, like a Giga wheelchair that works well with Augusta, true, yeah. Like, the universal, The wheelchair universal support core is Linné and Mournier. You can run basically any carry with them, and the team will be good. But if you're going for a single character, it's definitely Mournier. You only have Yingling and Augusta? Yeah, I mean, definitely Mournier would still work well with Augusta. I mean, she just makes her team better. She's just a very good support. Yinlin and Augusta are a bit scuffed together for sure. But you know, Mournier will just kind of open up a lot of teams for you. And Augusta still functions decently well with fucking what's his name, Marcato, motherfucker, red-haired, angry gun guy, weapons developer, motherfucker. Oh my god, Mortifi. She also works well on Mortifi, so you don't really need to get Iuno. She's just much stronger with the Iuno, but like Mortifi, Mournier will be more than sufficient for her to work. Oh, you mean the execution difference in terms of the story that differentiates Ameth and Cyrene/Lucia? Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Like, I mean, like I said, the similarities is that the theme is fairly similar in that it's the whole, like, martyrdom messiah thing going on, right? The chosen one sacrificing themselves thing going on. But outside of that, their characters are fairly different. Their motivations and like their individual personal motivations and their relationships with the characters are very, very different as well. I think they're very different characters. But there's definitely enough similarities to like have some degree of surface level similarity. Yin was when you actually cared about the game. You only got Augusta on a whim to log in on her banner and close the game until now. Lol, smile. I mean, like, check out Hiyuki. If you like the way Hiyuki plays, just get Hiyuki, honestly. Your account's, like, too scuffed to really care that much about meta anyway. If I'm being completely real. But Mournier would be, like, the strongest ad for your account, for sure, because it's the strongest ad for basically any account. Okay, types of mechanics, types of resources, team code variety, playstyle variety, strategic variety. Types of mechanics and systems. Types of mechanics, systems. Honestly, these all are too heavily interlinked. Types of mechanics, systems, and resources. Interactions between these. Typical variety, playstyle variety, strategic variety. What else? There's other things I want to talk about. I'm like struggling to remember them now. Plus, my paraplegic professor can't be this cute. We love Professor Kohai. You'll play everyone at least once in the story. There's not really a lot of duds if you like a character, though. Obviously, focusing on 3.x characters per Yeah, the nice thing about getting Mournier, just because they're so universally good, it means that when you get characters that you do want to pull that show up, you can just stick Mournier on the team and they will be stronger. They just have a lot of buffs and engage really well with the 3.x mechanics. I think those are probably good. Most of the other things I can think of are like subcategories of these. Strategic variety. Okay. mechanics, systems, and resources. Instead of resource, maybe resource management. Playstyle variety, team comp variety, playstyle variety. Combo pathing. Okay, that's more like. Because playstyle variety is more about like what type of playstyle you're doing versus like what is like optimal comboing. Combo pathing variety, playstyle variety, strategic variety. Okay. Let's see. Neverness to Everness has taken a lot of inspiration and mechanics. It's taking a lot of inspiration from many action gachas. Its systems, mechanics for these. Okay, yeah. But rather than being inferior copies of these systems, I would argue they have matched, or they have elevated, or at least matched how do I want to say this? Managed to make them their own, and in some cases, even elevate them. There we go. First off, let's talk about the raw strategic variety, and I think dynamism is important to put in here. Dynamism of combat. Classic. Let's talk about the classic mechanics. Dodging and parrying. T had dodging and parrying. 2 yeah, similar dodging and parrying to Wuwa. Has basically the same dodging as every 3D gacha, and same parrying as Wuwa. Circle, get smaller, hits, circle, profit. There's not much these mechanics are so classic. There's not much to do. Same perfect dodging as a regular 3D gacha. However, first however of the video. I'm surprised I haven't done a however earlier yet. We need to fit a however in earlier on. However, Complexity for these is how they with other systems. I would put NTE and ZZZ on a level above Wuwa and others in this case. I think the interactions has to be in the same thing. It's too difficult to, like, leave the interactions to a separate category than talking about these things. However, indeed, Bajan. Welcome in, Bajan Cheese. Appreciate you hanging out. Good to see you. You also just have a thing for big swords? Fair. My favorite playstyles in every Souls game and Souls-like has been big, funny sword, do big number. Big sword, do big number. I find them very fun to play around because you don't just get, like, high DPS Twitch damage out constantly and then dodge things. You actually have to, like, pretty strategically time and figure out strategically time and know your openings to land your hits. So I generally prefer, like, ultra great sword play in, like, Souls games. I played, like, the original Dark Souls with basically every possible build you can. I've played so many runs and challenge runs in that game. But for, like, 2 and 3, definitely focused mostly on ultra great soul play. Both of these cases, games, dodges and parries, linked to important resources. The case of ZZZ, this is in decibel generation, aka alt charge, stun buildup. Both of which are very core parts of DPS outputs. With other systems. In the case of NTE, this is increasing all of your main resources. Namely, alt charge, break amount, break. What the fuck is it called in this game? Shit, hold up. There's like an actual term for it. Is it just break damage? Yeah, just break reduction. Charge, break reduction, and cycle. And cycle gain. Maybe we don't talk about this first, because I'm now talking about, like, alt charge, break reduction, and cycle gain. And haven't really established what those are. let's, first off, let me pull the first off. Let's talk about, do an overview of all these systems. Some resources. All of these. Longtime followers is Monster Hunter Worldborn. Well, appreciate you hanging out, Bajan. It's good to see you. It's good to see a bunch of OGs, you know, from back in the day. Even though I am a very washed up content creator. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the content back then. I hope it was helpful for you. Is a dupe worth getting? With how scuffed your account is, MVN, I don't think any dupes are worth getting. You should really just focus on getting a wider character basis. Yeah, since I would just recommend getting a wider character pool than caring about any of the dupes. If you really like a character or you really like a team or something, dupes can be impactful, but I don't think it's worth getting a full new character just to make one character a bit stronger when you don't have that wide of an account. Like in the case of running an Augusta team, you'd be better off just getting Iuno than you would getting a Monye dupe. Or you'd be better off getting Hiyuki to have an extra DPS units than you would be getting like a Monye dupe. If you already have like teams and you want to make a certain team stronger because you like the team, then it makes sense to get dupes. It makes sense to get signature weapons. But I would not focus on that with the fact that you only have 2 limiteds on your account. Like the only other like universal character I would say you should get other than Monye is probably also Shorekeeper, just because they're both the best universal supports in the game. They're both healers that also just happen to amp your damage a shitload. For mechanics, we have dodging and parrying. Skills and ults. Basics and charge attacks. Basics and charge attack. Swap cancels. Combo buffering. What other like physical mechanics? Physical input mechanics, I guess, is kind of how I would want to put it. Dodging and parrying, skills and ults, basics and charge attacks, swap cancels, combo buffering. What are some other advanced ones that exist? Swap cancels and swap backs. Combo buffering. What other advanced mechanics exists in this game? Swap cancels and swap backs kind of cover like multi-team things. I think that's mostly it. I can't really think of anything else. Only dupe I can think of maybe be okay as Money S1 because it makes her even more generous, but that's a stretch with an account that fresh. Exactly. And even then, only with a dupe currency? Yeah, only with dupe currency. And even then, dupe currency spent on pulls is probably better. Just for my accounts, like I don't like to get or activate multiple copies of characters. I did that with Chang-Li and I regret it because I can't undo it. So now if I want to do like proper assessment testing like I like to do, then I have calculated how to change her gear to specifically simulate the damage of not having sequences on her. I have actually done that because it's the only way I can do that. Wondering because I won't be spending it all. You're down for that for these games. Fair. So any character that just has high cost to value, you're down for. Yeah. I mean, just dupes aren't worth it. Your accounts, especially when we're talking about like, if you're talking about like, you know, the thing we're talking about in this video script, which is like clearing end game. It's much more important for you to get 2 to 3 solid teams. It's much more important for you to get 3 solid teams for endgame than it is for you to get any dupes of any characters. Fortunately, a lot of carries work pretty well with 4-star sub DPSs. There are not good 4-star support options. And like to be clear, like when I say like Wuwa kind of has the general categories of your main DPS, your carry, you have a sub DPS character, who also works well with and buffs your carry, and you have a universal support. And the reason for this is because, like, there are some exceptions to this, but, like, generally speaking, that's how the team comps fundamentals work in WoWa, because your sub DPS has an outro buff that is very strong for your character that you remove on swap. So if you run 2 sub DPSs, one of them's going to lose swap. There are cases where this works. Mainly monofusion is where it works, because each character monofusion does a lot of damage. Basically having 3 sub DPSs is kind of how monofusion works, or 2 sub DPSs and a main DPS, outside of Ameth Mornier. But generally, the support is a character that has buffs that don't remove on swap. So the idea is you do the buffs on your supports, like Shorekeeper and Mornier buffs. You do your sub DPS, so like Lene or Iuno stuff, and then they outro onto your main DPS, who gets all of the buffs for funny big damage. Yeah, exactly. Monofusion is kind of the only exception, and even then, the best Monofusion team still runs a universal support because it's Mornier. Just you don't need it. You don't need her because Lupa exists. You don't need her because Lupa and Brant exist. But like Monofusion, the best Monofusion team right now is Ameth, just because she's the most modern DPS, but like other than Hyuki, I guess, and also Elf. But point is, it's very strong. Maybe with the popularity of NTE, Kuro will update the game and allow you to tone up sequence. I really hope that NTE is successful and does cause that change to happen. Because holy fuck, being able to turn off and like swap dupes, I don't think is something that's going to get implemented, because there's obviously much better sequences than others, and then generally tied to later ones. Or like generally it's like either first 1 or 2 are really good, or fucking 6 is good when it comes to like these kinds of games, right? Because the idea for like 1 or 2 to be good, that kind of got established by like Raiden, Shogun in Genshin, where her E2, whatever the fuck it's called, C2, her C2 is really strong for her, was something that got kind of got popularized by Raiden Shogun because it helped sales so much. So it's generally where the power kind of lies in those characters. It's either like hyper whale levels, or it's like 1 or 2 copies to encourage people to spend for getting a little push. So, like, they can't implement that in those kinds of games, but being able to, like, turn off sequences would be fucking huge, and I hope NTE doing it will encourage others to adopt it. Wuwa is heavy on the choose your own adventure for team building. I would disagree with that, Laserproof. I would say they're big about having variations for main DPSs, but there is, like, very clearly, Wuwa is very built around the idea of having a main DPS and making a good team for the main DPS. And there's only a few variations that are good for most of them. Some have more variations than others, but there's, outside of just running Lene and Mornier with any fucking carry in the entire game, there's not that many variations for a lot of them. I think it's more heavy on choose your invention in which team you pick, because most of the teams perform well enough for endgame. Unless your name is Carlotta or 1.x character. But, like, other than Carlotta and 1.x characters, and even then, Carlotta teams can clear middle tower. It's just fucking hard. And requires her premium team. But outside of those, like, it's very much, oh, you can run fucking, like, Brant hyper carry and still clear mono tower, right? You can run OG Chun-Li mono fusion and still clear middle tower. You can run any of the 2.x teams and still to the middle tower. Yeah. Like, definitely standard DPSs and 1.x's lag behind. It's still probably possible to clear middle tower, but it's not fucking easy. There's a shield echo set now. Is the shield upcoming? Do you miss them? John, the shield... It's so funny. The shield echo set is specifically for a fucking Augusta and Yuno to use. And they both don't make shields, really. Like, Augusta makes tiny shields that don't actually stop you from getting hurt. She just, for some reason, like, makes a tiny shield, like, every fucking second, so she can stack that buff in a Yuno's buff. Like, her shield doesn't matter. It doesn't have enough HP to matter. Yeah, I will say, though, I do agree, Laserproof, that there is, like, a lot of choose your own adventure with team building, but it's still directly, it's choose your own adventure with, like, outside of Monya and Lene because they're universal, and, like, Shorekeeper, it's pretty choose your own adventure of what DPS you want to run, but they have very distinct teams that are much better than others. You remember people shitting on that? Yeah, it's very funny. It's very funny that they made a shield set that doesn't actually work with the proper shielders in the game and works with a character whose shield exists to get the buff. Because, like, Brant can't use that set, and he has the biggest shield in the game. But Brant can't use that set because he makes one big fucking shield. Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's much more in terms of physical input mechanics. Oh, positioning. Positioning is insanely important in this game. It's actually probably... Out of all of them, I think it's the most important. Holy shit, our mob floors are a pain in the ass to clear if you cannot position well in this game. Like, even with Sakari, who has a fucking venti suck, like, it is so hard to clear mob floors if you can't position well to make sure they don't spread out. Positioning is so important in this game. It's... There aren't big enough AoEs unless your name is like, Daffodill. Like, there aren't big enough AoEs in this game to deal with how much enemies fucking spread out and how hard you get one guy on mob floors. Systems, we have... Have to go through a lot to get 1 month. Yeah, unfortunately, John, if you play during their patch, you get early access stuff, generally. That helps, but if you aren't playing during that patch, you gotta push some story. But they do let you skip to 2.x and 3.x, so that helps quite a bit. But yes, you do gotta push story. You legit like using GUN ult anymore because it spreads them out? Exactly, like... We were when we were fucking, like, molding the shit out of, Train Endgame in NTE, I couldn't put Hathor on my team 1. Hathor's fucking ult and skill spreads them out so badly. Like, it's so bad. You cannot use Hathor on side 1. Even if you Sakari them, she just still spreads them everywhere because her combo lasts longer than Sakari's lift. But on side 2, where she's fighting a boss, she's very good. But, like, holy shit, you can't... And it's funny, because Hathor has, like, some of the biggest AoE in the game, but it's not big enough to deal with how much she spreads enemies out. That would be more of a strategic thing, though. For systems, we have Elemental and Reaction. Elemental and Reactions... Elemental and Reactions. Elemental and Reactions. We have... Oh my god. Alt generation is a separate thing. Oh my god, what other systems are in the fucking game? I'm, like, blanking hard right now. Breaks. Do resources. I can think of resources right now. Cycle, alt, energy. Cycle, alt, energy. I guess technically break reduction. There isn't stamina doesn't fucking matter in this game. That you don't need to dodge enough that stamina ever matters. Enable caffeine. Fuck. Can you play through story again if you skip? Nope, you can catch someone else's VOD. Yeah, I mean we've streamed every single bit of Wua story since like. No, I think I've streamed every single bit of Wua story. So if you really want to, you can watch the very many tangents, long-winded VODs of us clearing through all of Wua story since like fucking 1.5 or something. But, you know, it's gonna be filled with tangents and bullshittery, so it might... I don't know if they're the best playthroughs to watch through, if I'm being real, even though they're my streams. Even though they're my playthroughs, I can't recommend them. God, what other resources are there? Stamina doesn't matter in this game. I guess, like... buffs and timers. That's important as well as a mechanic. I'm trying to think, what other... Yeah, buffs and timing are actually huge in this fucking game. Like, this... I think this game has, like, tighter and more, like, important buffs and timers than fucking... any other action gacha I can think of. It is so important to time your resources well in this game because of how the elemental system works and because of how long rotations take. Like, this game is much slower paced. This is more like an Enfield pacing game than it is like a Genshin or a Wuwa or a PGR, because of how, like, slowly rotations and cycle building happens. I guess technically there's summons. There's technically summons through, like, the arcs, like, that are important. Because there are quite a few arcs that summon things. And the summons are important. Timing of those is very important. Yeah, what else? I can't think of anything else right now. I'm sure I'll think of other things once I start writing the other section. Once I start going into more detail, but... the reactions are very important. They're kind of core to the game. Oh, you know, I guess one of them, too, is just, like... mobs versus bosses. Because they both interact very... like, a lot of these systems interact very differently between mobs and bosses. Cycle, alt energy, break reduction, HP, question mark. There's some cases where HP becomes an important resource, namely with, like, Hathor teams. Because you actually need to get attacked. You don't get hits, but you need to get attacks for Hathor. I guess one resource is time. Time is actually important in this game. Like, outside of just raw DPS time, like, time is an important resource, because of how it interacts with the other resources. Like, I guess as a good example, PGR and Wuwa, like, time isn't really much of a resource, really, because you're kind of just doing your rotations and adjusting them as you need to. But in this game, time is very much a resource because you have to select who you're using time on. Which is kind of more of a strategic thing, but speaking of which. Strategic. Oh, what was it? Systems, resources management. And then strategic aspects. Sources and... okay. Strategic aspects and... oh, wait, sorry. Sources and strategic aspects. Rotation choices. Grouping. Hmm. I don't know if I want strategic aspects in there. Should I just overview the elements? I think the main thing their overview is. I think maybe we should start with systems. Let's start with discussing systems, since everything else inherently ties into them. Rotations are a system, technically. So at the surface level, the very first thing that makes NTE unique is its take on the elemental reaction system. Emerald of Genesis Hyuki, let's go, let's go. Yeah, I'm guessing Emerald of Genesis is probably pretty good on her. I do like that Wu would, like, shits out standard weapons for you, and they're generally not too bad. I mean, there are some characters where it makes an insane difference to not use them, like fucking Frolova, my beloved. But Frolova's also just so good that the margin that her weapon makes is not necessarily big enough to matter if you can build good teams for her. She just also, unfortunately, requires pretty unique teammates. But the unique teammates she has makes her fucking power level... I still think Frolova is, like... Ameth is close second, but I still think Frolova is currently the best main DPS in the game. Because she is more than sufficient with her meta... Like, she requires her meta teams is the problem. Or at least... She requires some combination of her kind of unique teammates. But her ability to clear T away is top tier. And she makes Whimpering Waste comically easy. She's just so absurdly better than any other team in Whimpering Waste, it's comical. While still being very competitive top meta for single target DPS. She's just unfortunate because she has very specific teammates that only really work with her and the elf now. Similar to many other gachas, one being Genshin. NTE has a system that applies some kind of debuff on some kind of elemental specific debuff on enemies. On enemies. Then when multiple kinds interact, and these debuffs can interact for further effects when mixed. That makes... However, NTE's elemental system is more layered. Simply has more layers than its competitors. Genshin, the OG elemental Genshin, the OG, at least for mainstream elemental reactions, works by having specific attacks that apply the elemental debuff. Then when they mix, things happen. What's up, Nana? Nana, why you upside down face? ZZZ and the Woowa ZZZ just has elements, just has elemental build up to trigger mental effects, the elemental debuff. Then when mixed, Discord happens for funny nuke. Woo more recently added elemental debuffs, but they mostly exist for specific team comp synergy. They don't react, and mostly exist for specific team comp synergy. PGR. Same deal for PGR and Honkai Impact 3rd. What are the other games I fucking mentioned I played? Enfields is arguably the most interesting because you can build up stacks. You can build up stacks of elemental debuff and interact them for various beneficial effects. Okay, actually, Enfield does this. Enfield is the same, but lets you stack up the debuffs for a variety. Invests debuffs for more powerful effects. In my opinion, NTEs on the other hand elements and reactions outros is another system. On the other hand, is IMO more complex because the starting points is reactions. Don't get to press a button and debuff is applied. You don't get to apply press a button and a debuff is applied. In order to instead, you have to build up cycle, which adds additional complexity because it is generally not easy and fast to do so. Then swap to a character whose elements you can react with. Discord happens unless it's wind. Yeah, I don't know anything about ZZZ's wind. I don't really know anything about ZZZ's wind system because I haven't really been that tuned into ZZZ. It's kind of the first one for me to drop out of my gachas, if I do drop, and I am kind of dropping it right now. You feel like the combat never matters in NTE, but okay, parry is press any button, and anything else is just standard combat. I mean, that's kind of what this video is talking about, is that I think on the surface level, it's pretty simple, but it really, really is not. There are so many systems and everything that interact in this game that add a lot of complexity, and that this game does not really have super easy to do simple rotations you just kind of brainlessly follow, except for like maybe Nonali teams with MC. Maybe even then there's a lot of variety in how things have to go because you don't build up resources easily, and I think that's a big part of it. In games like WoA and in Genshin and in ZZZ, still kind of, just ZZ's very dynamic because of how you have to interact with dodges and parries to make rotations work in a lot of cases. You know, you build your character correctly, you have the right amount of energy regen in like Genshin and WoA, and then you just kind of do your optimal rotation, and it automatically gets you to the next breakpoint. That's much less the case because just doing basics like rotation stuff in NTE doesn't get you enough resources. Like, it really just doesn't get you enough resources. You don't build ult up fast enough without standing on the field and hitting them a bunch of times. And most characters don't build up enough cycle fast enough without hitting, like, being on field and just basic attacking a fuckload of times. There's a few exceptions to this, but generally speaking, like, the only team that really has anything close to a simple rotation is, like, Nonally MC teams, because MC immediately gets cycle by pressing skill, and Nonally is generally on the field long enough to, like, mostly build up cycle. And she's designed to be an on-the-field, like, hard driver carry. I don't know if GUN, how fast GUN builds up cycle, because I don't know GUN's... I don't have GUN, I haven't really watched any videos of her, but... The game tells you exactly when to parry, so you never have to think. So the thing is, Nana, like, you can ignore the systems, but there are a lot of systems, and the skill ceiling there is very high to optimize the systems, which is, you know, talking about in this video script. And, like, you can ignore them, but the question is, how far can you push by ignoring them, right? Like, we don't really know where the skill floor is yet for the game, because just accounts aren't old enough to push endgame. But, like, you can just parry and then just ignore most of the systems, but will that actually be able to clear? That's a question, right? Like, by interacting heavily with these systems and optimizing things, I've been able to clear all of the non-rotating endgame in NTE literally the day I hit HR30. Like, literally the day I hit HR30, we were able to push hard, and my characters are not fully built for, like, the new Ascension level. I just barely got my DPSs to a decent enough point, and we were able to clear, like, what is, like, the fucking level of these guys again? Big Alex, not Big Alex Express, where is it? Is it Big Alex Express? Yeah, it is Big Alex Express. Like, what level are these guys again? I forget. Like, the skill floor is high for clearing Fracture Circle. Fuck, where do you see enemy details? Yeah, these guys are 15 levels higher than my main DPSs, and most of my characters are 40. Like, this is a pretty big difference to be able to hit 3-star on this. And, like, my shield buff is only working for Nonally. You finally clear this content with cheese solo? Hell yes, Stephanus, let's go. On, like, one side, just cheese soloing. What level is your cheese at? Out of curiosity. The second course is too much. Oh, like how... oh, sorry, when you said clear, I thought you meant like a 3-star clear. But yeah, I mean, this is very doable. Like, the skill floor needed to just clear in 10 minutes is probably not that high. But the skill floor to, like, clear with 3 stars... I mean, mind you, we skill issued really badly in this. Like, if I truly optimized this, like, I probably could have done... I probably couldn't have done this at the previous Ascension tier, because I probably could it's possible that with, like, purely perfect play, this might have been able to clear at Ascension 2, because we had a pretty good margin with heavy skill issue at Ascension 3, and I'm not really built on my characters, but I would have had to build, like, purple gear, which just didn't seem worth it, so I figured I might as well push it HR30 and use gold gear. But just with the raw stats from purple gear, it's probably possible. If I was, like, fucking, like, excellent level skill or something. But yeah. Anyway, let's go back to apartment. Where's big apartment again? I always forget what my big apartment is. Kind of like the music in it. It's very relaxing.
I'm ready.
I think it's still too soon for us to farm gold gear. Leveling from 50 to 60 needs 250k beetle coins. I don't disagree with you, Stephanus. The smart thing to do is not farm gold gear and just... Because we have like fucking 30 days or something to clear like the end game for rotating. So like you don't need... You can just wait for HR 30 to farm. Or 40 to farm. But I just wanted to push. I like pushing. This is like one of the most fun things for me in like a new gacha is how hard can I push early on. I wanted to see how hard it is to clear to get to rotating endgame with max stars as early as possible. And I just skill issued too hard to do it before HR 30. I think it's probably possible, but I can't go back and check now, right? At least with my teams. My teams are also solid because I have a lot of standard S ranks. Yeah, anyway. Still hetero hobby? Am I fucking stupid? I might be fucking stupid, chat. I forgot. Okay, properties. Yeah, over here. Golden Capital. Okay, it's over here. Gotcha. Anyway, enjoy the music, so. These reactions, then these debuffs can interact for really good effects. Oh, you're fine with that? You're just a casual? Yeah, exactly. Like, the smart thing to do, the thing I will recommend everyone do, is just don't worry about the end game until you're at least HR 40 and can get all of your characters' kits online and farm gold gear. And then farm good gold gear, get all of your teams built that you want to run for endgame, and then do endgame before it ends in like 30 days. That is the smart thing to do. I didn't want to be smart because I like pushing endgame early. Because that's just fun to me. So that's why I just didn't do that. Thing is that these debuffs all have timers. And some are really short, like Nova's 5-second timer. Outside of a few exceptions, like MC's skillful charging cycle. Exceptions like MC skillful charging cycle, it is not fast to build up. It's not fast up enough cycle to trigger complementary reaction. This generally means that you have to actively build cycle on the multiple characters at once in order to properly time your reactions to capitalize on the effects. I heard Hathor's owners already get gold gear from the special furniture, so jelly. Yeah, so I think I accidentally deleted Hathor's gold gear. I don't have it anymore. I might have done a dumb. It had the wrong main stat anyway, but like I think I accidentally deleted Hathor's gold gear, so I don't even have gold gear for her. She literally doesn't have a console. Like I pushed that, and Hathor literally doesn't have a console.
Recipient confirmed.
Like she's not equipped. She has like blocks for raw stats. She doesn't have a console. Like, when I cleared all of the endgame, I don't have a console either. Not only has a console with the incorrect main stats, but I did... I mean, a big thing is that, like, the smart thing to do is to build up good substats on gold gear, level that, and then that gives you the most resource-efficient way to get stats. But you can still get good stats, decent base stats, just by leveling everything. So that's what I did to push endgame. Daffodill lucked the fuck out. She actually has very decent module with very decent gold pieces, but she's also the one that I specifically farmed for as soon as I hit 30, so she still got lucky. Like, the fact that I got such a decent module on her is very lucky. I do not have the correct main stat, arguably, on Baitang. I mean, Baiknesi is not bad for this team, but... She doesn't get gold gear. The one you goes from the activity thing, it was the MC set. Oh, it was MC set. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, never mind. The dialogue select cooldown is so fast. Luckily, it all selects Lamau. But yeah. This...
What?
Patience a lot more complicated. Potentially makes rotations a lot more complicated. Because you can't just do the thing most other gachas do, where you do the thing, you do
What?
one character's rotation, then the next, etc., etc., etc. Then the next, etc. What did I just do?
What?
A lot more potentially complex. Again, with exceptions, this is how non-elite teams often do this due to reacting with MC, who instantly builds. Nanali's design as a on-field driver carry lets her build cycle naturally by doing so build cycle naturally while eating all the field time.
What?
Requires not just swapping, but on-field time. Not just back and forth swapping, but on-field time management.
What?
Which is clearly very intentional. Design. Intentionally, by design, it makes by far the smartest move. No, do not autocorrect to smartest. Fuck you. Add the personal dictionary. Smartest move. Let's sit down. You can chill out. You can chill out, our beautiful beloved. Oh, Daffodil. Daffodil, more like Daffodil. That only kind of makes sense. She is pretty masked, I guess. It's by far the smartest move, even though she's very clearly the Onesan in the Found family. Can't skip cinematics. The cinematics are really good in Wuwa, though, John. Like, they slow you down, but the cinematics have gotten really good in Wuwa. One of the biggest strengths of Wuwa is how good they have gotten at, and how much effort and artistry they put into their cinematic storytelling. So, at the very least, that's a solid positive about it. And I don't just mean in terms of, like, raw animation fidelity and stuff, like, the narrative, like, storytelling techniques they use, the kind of, like, cuts and shots and cinematography they use, like, the art style changes and things like that are all pretty solid. You're skipping everything else to get the Hyuki material? Fair! To have the first banner character be strong and simple to play with free-to-play units. This is how I play my Nautilus Hathor team, which we used to clear. My god, what's it fucking called? God damn it. Max Star the non-cycling end game. Day we hit HR 30 on stream. Despite being 15 levels under and very under invested, we hit HR 30 that day. The description. Of the run. My skill issue was tired, lol. This is very clearly intentional by design. However, basically every other team in this game is not nearly as simple to play. Which becomes very apparent when you try to push for contents like I do. Masochists like I enjoy doing. This outro this system, as mentioned, uses a similar outro system to Wuwa, but IMO elevates it's further due to the interaction it has with the layered reaction system. While Wuwa simply has buffs and nukes attached to the outros. So it has buffs and nukes attached to the outros. It has buffs and nukes attached to the outros. Shit, or something else. Design builds them up with each character's field rotation. No swaps. Let me add this in outros. Back and forth swapping is technically a system. Since swap cancels and swap backs are just more like advanced techniques for this, but back and forth swapping is actually very important in this game. Needed for timing. Needed for timing. Needed for timing resources, and in fact, the systems punish you for doing so due to most outros dropping, most outro buffs dropping on swaps. Cycle energy for timing, building cycle energy. Timing reactions. In fact, the systems punish you for doing so because those outer buffs drop on swaps. Some of these have no context. Yeah, that's fair, John. many pages is this already? Oh, sorry, 5. This is gonna be a long-ass video, but it's definitely reducible. Let's see, I probably want a title card here. Reactions, because these are so interlinked, like I don't want like separate little things for this. Elements, reactions, outros, back and forth swapping. And these are huge damage multipliers. Breaks. Breaks are pretty much exactly what you expect. Breaks are pretty much exactly what you expect. Hitting thing reduces break bar. When break bar empty, enemy stop moving. Profit. Raises the... elevates the... What does this? Geez, stun is basically the same thing. What does this? ZZ stun is basically the same thing. Shit, does Genshin have staggers? I forget. I don't think Genshin has staggers, does it? Does it? I can't fucking remember. I'm just gonna write I don't remember. Honestly. I don't seem to remember if Genshin also does this. Okay, it doesn't have stagger bars? Okay. Being real. Okay, yeah, let's just get rid of that. Yeah, Impact doesn't have anything like this. Wua added more complexity to this in 3.0 by introducing... oh my god, what is it called? Tomb Break? I think? Yeah, just Tomb Break. Tune Break, which is a secondary build-up that lets you do a funny nuke to HP and break. With its stagger system. Is it called stagger system? What the fuck is it called? It's called a stagger bar, right? Okay, it's called a stagger bar. I'm trying to remember the official terminology. Funny nuke to HP and break bar. Also be used to animation cancel. There is one nice degree of complexity for it, is that it lets you animation cancel. Z's stun is very variable based on team and parry volume. It's very dynamic. Introduces complexity through input skill as well as mechanical skill and resource timings to capitalize on the stun window. NTE adds complexity to this. Also increases stagger damage for dodges and parrying. Dynamic based on mechanical skill. Also making it very dynamic. I'll put this one first, actually. More dynamic based on making it more dynamic based on mechanical skill. Resource timing is a lot less important, however, because staggered enemies take a bit more damage, but regardless of stagger timing, you're mostly just doing character rotations. Just doing character rotations. Mostly just doing character rotations to minimize field times. With some room for min-maxing. Having breaks. Big nuke of damage that scales on completely separate stats from normal damage. I think this will make it to the videos channel. I'm really interested in this subject, so very possibly. I think a big part is how long it ends up being. But for this one, I'm kind of more okay with it being a really long video compared to the Ember guide, because it's not really much of a guide. it is kind of a guide, but it's mostly just like an analysis. And so I'm kind of okay with this being like a really long video essay. Like if this ends up over an hour, I won't be mad. I like with the Ember guide, I didn't want the Ember guide to be an hour and a half long. I don't think a guide should be an hour and a half long. But I think a video essay is okay to be that long. This widens team comp and building variations. Why does a team comp and building variations significantly? My beloved One Daffodill. Oh, that reminds me before I do that. Mention Daffodill Quickswap, simping, and streaming. Streaming and potential future video. If this performs well, and I have the wherewithal to make it. My beloved. I actually know what we'll say. And my beloved's better than our beloved. My beloved One Daffodill is the break comp character. She is the break comp character. However, she has very strong and viable alternative teams that don't focus on break. That don't focus on. She has very strong and valuable alternatives that don't focus on break. Facts. Max star clear of our max star clear used a dot team instead. It also has the usual suspects of break, of dodges and parries. Oh, dodges and parries doing more break reduction. Counters and parries doing more break reduction. Another way, another sneaky or less noticed way that break affects that break is that complex in NTE is the fact that enemies seem to stop being as groupable when broken. This makes break timing a lot more important in mob clearing stages. Because if you fuck up the timing, suddenly can't hit all the enemies at once. Endgame always is half mobbing stages. I actually need to check if they are also not knockbackable. Because I honestly was too fucking tired to like actually notice that without distinct testing. Is Adler the father or Big Bro? He is by far the oldest member of the family. He's like that. He's that motherfucking uncle who like comes around and seems really respectable, right? And gives like lots of like mature sage advice and stuff, but is actually a sneaky sneaky manipulative player. Because it's still my headcanon that he manipulated that entire situation with Tagado to get more bitches. To get some of that anomaly, okay? I know that's probably not the actual case, but this is my headcanon. And if it isn't the case, which it makes more sense for that not to be the case, I refute your words are hard. I deny your reality and replace my own, okay? I like the headcanon. Yeah, like he's like that perpetual bachelor, older uncle who is like super charming and seems very mature, but like all he wants is bitches. Oh shit, I dropped my vape and the pod popped out. 1 sec. Need to put that tank back in. Shit, I should turn on timestamps on chat so I can keep a better track of what time it is. 11:37. Okay, not bad. We're making good progress. Is there anything else with Break that I'm not thinking of that is like kind of more an interesting way that they handle Break in NTE? I'm trying to think. I feel like there was something else I thought of when I was like doing the whole what is it called? Delta Brainwave, I think it is, thing when like driving home from work and like thinking about this. Because it's like a known phenomenon that I think it's the Delta Brainwaves. That are the ones that kind of are a bit more like, I guess, like kind of the ones where you like think more creatively, and they're like known to trigger when you're like driving or in the shower or something. It's like how shower thoughts happen. It's something like that. I forget. It's been a long time since I researched it. Break is like HSL Break, yeah. It has the nuke attached, which is pretty huge, and like it gives you alternative playstyles built around breaking. Oh yeah, I need to check this. Check if Break, because I'm not 100% certain. I remember feeling, I feel like I heard somewhere. I feel like I heard somewhere that Break is like based on the entire team's Break stat, but I'm not 100% certain on that. So I need to check that. On team Break, and if so, mention potentially building supports for Break. Yeah, I genuinely can't fucking remember. Like, I need to test that, or at least, like, check that. Okay, I'm gonna go pee chat because I've been pounding water and caffeine and think about this on the toilet and see if it triggers any Delta Brainwave smile. BRB. And we are so back. Thank you, Brainrot Background, for your service as always. Looks like we had a few viewers drop off during it. Good, good. Only the strong who can survive the Brainrot Background deserve to be in chat. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think the thing I was trying to remember, I'm pretty sure, is I don't actually know if breaks affect resource accrual. Like, I don't know if breaks increase cycle or alt energy, and that's something I need to check. Check if breaks affects resources such as cycle or alt energy. I'm not sure, but I think break is like ZZ anomalies, and it depends on who contributed the bar decrease. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually true, though. The formula doesn't seem... Like, the formula that Riv showed on his Daffodill video doesn't really suggest that, but I don't believe his video mentioned anything about, like, how... It has break intensity as part of the formula, but it doesn't really say how it is specifically calculated. I'm gonna have to check. I'll just check. I'll look up some videos, check the formula, do a little in-game testing or something. I do have my friend Port did mention that they were going to do some testing, so I'll see if they end up having any information about that, but I'll also probably do some personal testing. Also, let me see. I was just thinking of the toilets. Point-based system? Question mark? Points for NTE? Question mark? I will concede. I will concede that all of these... Does Black Beacon have a break system? I fucking forget. I think so. I mean, it's fucking EOS anyway. You know, I'm just not even gonna bring up Black Beacon. Like, I'm gonna mention it here. Won't discuss Black Beacon because its combat is really not that complex, and it EOS'd on global anyway. Okay, check if break affects resources such as cycle or alt energy. I think having like a point system would kind of give like a fun thing to go throughout the video. That would give it a bit more like quantifiable, even though it's still like incredibly subjective. In fact, let me mention that. Move this up to the top. Point-based system. Very subjective, but would be fun. And would be fun. Give a thread throughout the video. Culling the weak, exactly. Cutting into is calculated for the whole team, which calculated can test the effects only that contribution. Oh, thank you, Neo. Cool, cool, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. So it can be good to build break intensity, but that's a very... the contribution matters a lot. So supports can build break intensity, but how much contribution they have makes it a bit questionable how useful that is. But at the same time, like, how good is it building crit on them anyway, or a base attack, right? But it's kind of nice because it means that they aren't necessarily, like, worthless stats for them. Unlike break effect in, like, HSR, where it's just kind of a worthless stat outside of, like, actual full break teams. Okay, while I personally think humble, washed up, retired, and quotes, unquotes, objectively correct opinion, clearly sarcasm, NTE has the most complex out of these. I will concede that Wuwa and ZZZ are both also very complex. Break/stagger systems. Should I mention one more thing? A huge damage multiplier. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. Rossi, my goat, is washed. Cause so there is this like Rossi, there's like this Rossi animation someone made, that I will of course credit when I put it on screen. But there's like this Rossi animation on Twitter. This one posted on Twitter that is like Rossi meeting Endman, and then Endman just being like so silly, disappointed, and everything, like laughing at like 6-7, and just being washed in general, and like the title is just my goat is washed. And every time I think of that video, I'm just like, is this how everyone from back in the day thinks about me? Because I feel like it is. I revel in being washed up. Because frankly, I don't ever want to do the same shit I did in the past. I've gone like really long tangents about this before, but like the Super TLDR version is just that like I don't have the time, nor the desire, nor the want to do the like degree of like meta calculations and rotation calculations that I used to do and everything, right? There are people who are much better at it than I am, especially because tools have developed massively since like I was part of arguably the original wave of gacha TCing back in the early Genshin days. So like it's advanced so much since then that there are people like Guaba and people like Riv and everyone who are just much better at it than I am and can be much faster at it than I am at this point because they have the tools and they have like pre-built or adapt or like tools they can adjust to do these things, and I don't have access to that and don't want to. So, like, I'm washed up because I'm not ever going to make that content again. But doing this as a more fun, casual hobby thing with the streaming and potentially this video is letting me... I'm really enjoying it because I'm finally getting to do the content that I actually want to do. And, like, I liked doing that content back in the day, but it reached a point where, because it was my full-time job, I had to make that kind of content. The kind of content that performs well, that makes enough money for me to survive and support my fiance and later spouse at the time. And I just, it stopped. Part of why I quit is that it stopped being something that was that fulfilling for me. And I always wanted to transition into doing more content that I enjoy and wanted to do, but really couldn't. Right? So now, because I don't give a fuck about the numbers, and now because this is just a hobby for me, I have a full-time, very well-paying job and a high-end bartender and everything, and I also take a lot of satisfaction and fulfillment in the work I do now because I've kind of moved into work in the hospitality industry that I find fulfilling, which is like craft cocktail bartending stuff. I love it way more than like a lot of the server and like consulting stuff I used to do in the industry. So I am just doing the content I want to do and enjoy doing and feel inspired and like more passionate about doing. So yeah, I revel in the fact that I'm washed up. You can't die against Hyvadia. I don't know if there's like a revive limit for Hyvadia or not. It might be. Oh, I just realized I'm not in live chat. Just in case like Acid or someone pops in. Is more so opinion, even if mine is objectively correct. Because this is my video. If I do this, I do a point system. Everyone gets a point for this one. Oh, you get 1 HP Rover and just can't die? That's funny. Yeah, I didn't like do a perfect run, but I was like trying and not getting hit that much, at least when we were doing that. I just also have been so fucking sleep deprived with my current job, and it's one thing I'm excited about with my new job. Speaking of which, like, I have to like hop off in like 2 hours if I actually want to get some okay sleep before work, unfortunately. It's last shift that early, other than my last shift on Wednesday, that I have to worry about that. So tomorrow we can actually go more into this script writing and get pretty deep in it, which I'm excited about. We might even start pretty early because I'm potentially getting off work. I could get off work really early tomorrow. It depends on some things. If I get off really early, I'm probably hopping on stream way early than we normally do, just because I'm really enjoying this. But all right, next one on the list is I guess summons are kind of part of buffs and timers. The summons are basically buffs slash DPS nukes. Buffs, timers, and summons. Genshin, PGR, and Honkai Impact 3rd don't really have this system. For the most part, I hear Genshin has some mechanic along the line in some cases, but I don't engage with that game at all anymore. Lamau. So Wuwa and NTE. I realize now that originally I thought I wasn't gonna give like props to Wuwa, but after writing this I'm realizing actually Wuwa is decently complex only because they added Tomb Break. It's still, I think, the least complex out of the three, but I will admit that the Tomb Break did add some interesting things to it, especially because you use it for animation cancels. Okay, buffs, timers, and summons. All of these games have buffs. Because of course they do. Of these games also have timers associated with said buffs. Most or all of said buffs. Point for everyone, then immediately cross out. Just as a little joke, as a little funny thing to do on screen. Moving on. Okay, just as a little jest, a little bit or whatnot. Okay. However, these are definitely not all equal in terms of complexity. I don't know much about Genshin anymore, but as far as I know, it's still heavily optimal rotation-based gameplay, and the buffs are mostly, and the buff timings are pretty much just set within those. Not too complex. Same can be said about PGR. Honkai, Impact 3rd, and Wuwa. I will admit, however, Wuwa has fairly tight windows for a lot of these, which matters because to a general lack of iframes, dodging matters, and dodging matters. Frames dodging matters. And can eat timers. Eats some of these timers. And both dodges and getting hits can eat some of these timers. Due to lack of generally dodging matters, there are some noticeable animation commitments on a lot of units. Both dodges and getting hit can eat some of these timers. This can significantly impact DPS, especially on backloaded. Characters, well as affects things like energy. Its energy and forte needed for outros. GUN my reset goat. Like, act like fucking L, like... Wait, that's not GUN. Oh my god, what is his fucking name? Oh my god, I'm so NTE pilled, I can't remember his name, and he's like sub DPS for my main fucking team. What the fuck is Handsome Blind Man's name again? Holy shit, I'm so NTE pilled. Fucking Chuyu, god damn it, it's fucking one letter off. Chuyu my reset go. The amount of times I have, like, if the amount of times in tight fights I have had to reset because I lost a few seconds on Chuyu getting knocked out of his fucking charge attack is so many times. Like, the amount of times in Whimpering Waste I've had to reset because I'm trying to push triple S with as high a score as possible every single Whimpering Waste, and Chuyuan gets knocked out of a fucking charge attack and I have to reset. Fuck, man. Animation, commitments, and dodging issues also exist in TE. Let's talk about... Wait, let's talk about CTZ first. Can add interesting decision making in whether you want to delay. It is better to delay certain animation commitments tank hits or use positioning to alleviate risks. That is a big thing. Chiyu and my fucking reset gun, I swear to fuck. Yeah, the amount of time Chiyu has cost me like fucking 50 points in Whimpering Waste is infuriating, honestly. Talking about a blind old man. I mean, Adler's not blind, he's just squinty eyes. Which, for anyone new in chat, I am Chinese, for whatever that's worth. I'm not saying that makes it okay for me to say squinty-eyed, but he actually is. Wait, is Adler actually blind? Wait, he is blind? Hold up, what? Oh, okay, I don't know his lore, apparently. Okay, I guess Adler is blind. Alright. See, the difference is, I said handsome blind man. I don't think Adler is handsome. Chiyuan is significantly sexier. Maybe it's a matter of maybe it's a matter of preference, but this is my stream, so he is objectively more attractive. Also has these, but oftentimes dodging and parrying is actually beneficial and ideal. It's actually beneficial and ideal. There aren't really that many like super long animation commitments either, are they? ZZZ is like very, very high, very, very high frequency and active. Oh yeah, that reminds me. In systems, I need to mention speed of gameplay. Because NTE is a much slower paced, combat than either ZZ or Wuwa, and HSR Oh, Honkai Impact Third, sorry, and PJ. It's by far the slowest out of all of them. Enfield is like... Oh, shit. I forgot to mention fucking Enfield in all of these. Fuck. A very complex elemental reaction system. In fact, it's honestly the main system of the game. Every team is focused around different either stacking specific elemental debuffs, reacting them, or oftentimes both. You can't really compare Enfield, right? Like a so close to being RTS aside from dodge spam. I mean, it's still an action gacha. It's just the most tactical one out of all of them, and it's the most slow-paced one. Like, I still think it's fair to bring it up. I don't think it's fair to ignore it. It's just that it's definitely gonna be kind of low on the complexity score overall, I think. But I still think it's fair to bring it up. This might be one of the only cases where, other than like strategic complexity, this might be one of the only cases Enfield actually gets a point, but it is the main thing in the game, is the elemental system, frankly speaking, for Enfield. Like you said, it's basically RTS, and that's because the elemental system is like the main thing. How you time rotations and what rotations you do, and how you're handling your SP and everything like that is like the thing about the game. And the team building variety around this has a lot of breadth. Even if there is technically a meta team for most carries, there are many alternative comps for every team archetype. Meta also matters much less in Enfield because endgame doesn't have DPS rush timers. Keeps the spirits of OG Arknights alive in being best game to just play whatever the fuck you want, with difficulty being variable based on fuck you want, so long as you are good enough. As you can unskill issue well enough. Yeah, I think it's fine to mention Enfield at the very end here because the NTE one is meant to go off of the Genshin one. don't consider these for a funny nuke and extra decibels for alts. Other than Genshin, I don't consider any of these others as particularly complex. They're mostly flavor for team comp styles. However, Genshin and Enfield then at least Genshin's system of the game, honestly the main system in the game, is defined its elemental system by its elemental reaction system. Staggerbar, Enfield. Well, Awuba and Enfield did this with their Staggerbar. Field does this with its Stagger, does it with their Staggerbar. Just a thought, I feel like something to compare the effective complexity of mechanics to NTE. I feel like we've seen effective complexity go down always as TC and character rosters mature. Mechanics that you use to interact with become shield mechanic for a character archetype with strict rotations from shield/targeted. Supports lowering the actual interaction mechanics, rotations forming from. The thing is part of the reason why I am arguing that NTE has more complex systems is that for certain teams, there'll be strict rotations. Like, Nanoli is really the only one that has strict rotations right now, as far as I'm aware. But even within those strict rotations, there's more complexity in the systems and how rotations have to be done, which also increases, like, skill floor and ceiling. And also, I'm not fully convinced, because of how complex the systems get, that there will be strict best rotations for every character. ZZZ is another game that, because it's so dynamic, there aren't really strict rotations. Like, you can mostly script fights in some fights by being good enough, but even then there's still variables based on what attacks the enemy use and like what attacks enemy use and all that kind of a stuff, which is why scores become more variable. And that dynamism makes, like, there are very strict stun rotations in ZZZ, but that's about it. It's much more variable, and it's not really right to say, in my opinion, that ZZZ has optimized strict rotations outside of stun rotations. And I think NTE is fairly similar, especially because, like, the systems just get too complex. Like, because of the fact that there's things like swapping between characters to effectively build up your cycling, whether that cycling buildup is actually better than the decision making between whether that field time is better than doing something else with your field time. calculating that, because the thing about strict rotations too is that how well you can calculate it matters, and I think it's too hard to properly effectively simulate it without incredibly complex calculators. Like, knowing how simulations work in terms of how many in terms of like accounting for variables and everything like that, I just think it's significantly harder. Like, ZZZ is infamous for being hard to spreadsheet. It is pretty infamous for being hard to spreadsheet outside of stun rotations. That's why the vast majority of theory crafting videos focus on DA scores. Because DA scores are a much better metric for testing the, like, power of comps. Just how well can you optimize a DA run, and then, like, how well can you optimize a DA run, and where does that place compared to other teams? Because it's so infamously hard to spreadsheet, and I do think the majority of teams in NTE will be similar. I mean, yes, you're always gonna have show mechanic, but I don't know if you were here earlier, Merrick, when we started the initial parts, but, like, that is part of the thing we addressed at the very beginning, which is that difficulty is not the same thing as skill ceiling and complexity, because difficulty is inflated by things like show mechanics, right? Like, it is, but that is not the same thing as complexity or skill ceiling. Complexity is about how complex the systems become, in terms of optimizing and in terms of accomplishing the goals and everything like that, right? Which tends to be just higher DPS. And skill ceiling is about how high the ceiling is to actually hit that max optimization. It is very easy to hit max optimization in PGR outside of tweaking for HP breakpoints. Like, it's very easy to calculate actual best DPS and also execute actual best DPS in, like, a vacuum with PGR, because they have so many fucking iframes. Like, the complexity does come, the skill ceiling in PGR does come from adjusting your rotations to, like, min-max for HP breakpoints and, like, for nuke timings in Warzone, but for the most part, it's not that high of a skill ceiling for the most part. It does, because it doesn't have the dynamism added in there, right? It's just a matter of figuring out the best rotation. I don't know how Genshin is, but at the very least when I was playing Genshin, it's very much do your rotation. There's not that much dynamism. I think that's changed with, like, having to deal with enemy mechanics and shit like that, which is a thing. But, Wuwa as well, when you, like, for the most part with TOA and stuff, if you just reset enough and clean up your rotation enough, you pretty much, like, the skill ceiling is not that high because the fight's dynamic, but it's not dynamic enough that you can't just reset through it with most teams. Like, ZZZ has a very high ceiling. And it's complex enough that it's hard to spreadsheet. I mean, that's kind of a big thing with, like, complexity, is how fucking hard is it to spreadsheet? In fact, that's something I mentioned. Simpler way to, also depends on what the days want to keep designing casually into complexity. Oh no, exactly. Wuwa was a lot more complex and had a much higher skill ceiling earlier on. But then they pushed hard into rotation-based gameplay, which is understandable. It is, frankly speaking, it's going to be a more successful combat model. Like, it's going to be a more successful combat model. Yeah. Wuwa, admittedly, was a lot more complex earlier on. Similar to but and PG are really a lot more complex on it, but they both moved more heavily into do best rotation gameplay and lowered the complexity as a result. Which makes sense. It's frankly the better. It's frankly the better design direction for both wider appeal and general success. NTE may follow this pattern, but at least at time of recording this video in 1.0, it is not. Other core factor of this is dynamism. In other words, how much the game makes you have to adjust things on the fly in response. To adjust things on the fly and make decisions in response to what is presently happening in the fight. This is inherently more complex than the more this happens, the complex I would consider the system. Hard it is to spreadsheet. More complex systems involve more variables and more assumptions about decision. More assumptions about what to dynamic on, about how often and how you have to react to dynamism. ZZZ. Highly dynamic nature of ZZZ is it is infamously hard to spreadsheet side of stun windows, and is why many ZZZ TCs use playtesting through DA scores as a now that Shiryu is actually challenging, it's also a good metric. Metrics for strengths. At the end, yeah, encounters and characters. Instead, understandable but disappointing. Hashtag it depends. Yeah, pretty much. how hard the combat hits the spreadsheet. Finally, whether complexity is a good thing in a game or not is objectively subjective. Some games, some peeps prefer simpler combats. Simpler combats. I personally enjoy that out of PGR when I am not feeling like molding or molding my content. But my personal preference definitely leans towards games that have more complexity, that force me to make more and better decisions. Think more about optimization and make more and better decisions. Part of why I love finally, whether skill floor is a good thing is also objectively div. Because preference, challenge, level varies from peep to peep. However, I will always argue that higher skill floor is always better, or higher skill ceiling. Ceiling is always better because it's in gacha games, because it allows newer players or players with wait, no. The argument that it's better because you can unskill issue is skill floor still, it's not skill ceiling. Yeah, never mind. That's not a although I lean towards lower skill floor being better simply because it allows newer players and free-to-plays be more tentative for clearing content. Because regardless of where the skill lore lies. Once you hit it, you clear content. To hit it, you clear content. Anything past that is purely for the love of the game. It's purely for the love of the game. For the game, for the enjoyment of the challenge, of optimizing, and also makes really sick clips. Could argue that it make more skilled, that's a higher potential skill gap can make less skilled players feel worse. Honestly, get over it. But honestly, get over it. There's always someone better. There's always someone better. It's healthier and wiser to focus on your own enjoyment. Okay, cool. Objectively subjective is such a base phrase. I love using that phrase. I don't use it enough, which is part of why I want to work it into this video. But it is a phrase I fucking love because it's just a very interesting, interesting surface contradiction that is actually very true in most cases, in basically all cases almost. But need to put Enfield in this section. Enfield's stagger is tied to DPS windows and has some complexity in boss fights due to having multiple stagger nodes. And there is, IMO, my opinion, a higher degree of them in playing around those timings due to endgame not having DPS check timers. But outside of that, there really isn't all that much going on with staggers. Even if I am an Ember stagger comp main. Feature on screen. Pretty sure that Ember clip tweets is the most successful content-related tweet I've ever had, actually. Because I'm not really much of a Twitter, like, engagement farmer or anything like that. It just kind of luckily went viral. At least viral for me. Oh boy, new video come up? Yep. It definitely is. Niraj. Maybe, definitely. I don't know. I'm really enjoying this, and I was mentioning earlier that this is a video I'm perfectly okay with being really long. Because it's mostly a video essay. I don't really mind putting out, like, a fucking 1 hour plus long video essay, because it's a video essay. I don't want a character guide to be like that, which is kind of what ended up being an issue with the Ember guide. It's just I didn't want to figure out how the fuck to make it into, like, reasonable guide-length material. Even splitting it in half. I was just like, I'm tired of this. But with this one, I don't mind this being a long-ass video essay. I might even remove the guide part of this from, like, the title and stuff like that. I don't know if it's accurate or necessary. Let me bring this way further down. Okay. Okay, buffs, timers, and summons. Although, because NTE is a much slower paced game than WUWA or ZZZ. Enfield. NTE is a much slower paced game than WUWA or ZZZ. Why am I saying although? However, because NTE is a much slower paced game than WUWA or... Do I have other althoughs in here? Okay, that one's fine. However... Okay. The fuck was I? Shit. Are less cases where it affects cases affects there are less cases where it affects these buff timers outside of certain boss mechanics that certain it's my turn. Like boss mechanics that force you to dodge and interact. Yes, for a while. Perchance, give them the yap in the video so they come for the same yap on stream. Exactly! Actually, that's a really good point, Niraj. I should have mentioned that at the top. Long yap video essay. My thoughts. This topic. If you enjoy this yap, you probably will enjoy the excessive amount of tangenting yap in my streams. Makes 4-hour gacha story quests take 6+ hours regularly. happen. I didn't think Yep's at because was hours regularly. Okay, yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Niraj. That's actually a really good thing to include at the top. Yeah, I'm gonna actually, if you're cool with it, I'm actually gonna screenshot that and put that, like, on screen during that section. If you're cool with it. If not, then I'm happy to not include it. Four into 6 is kind of selling it short. It's at least 4 into 8, lol. Well, I'm screenshotting that too. Look, 8 is technically 6 plus, okay? Eight is technically 6 plus. Okay. Okay. I'm not technically lying. Probably. Wrong about this. Hashtag engagement bait. On screen. Fuck. Nah, but I thought that to be there. Actually, no. That's better. I love the... Whenever I'm doing, like, these line breaks here, it's mostly for me being like, okay, what will make it easier for me to, like, record audio for this? As well as, like, keep my thoughts in line in terms of line breaking things. I kind of didn't do a lot of it in the break section, but it's fine. We're done with that section. And quite frankly, with how potent stun window buffs are, you mostly time all of your other damage amps into these into stun windows. Let's see these animation commitments, and I need to, like, one sec. Need to... And parrying. I need to put a bold there so I stop thinking it's part of, like, what I'm currently working on. Say this is one of the simpler aspects of ZZZ. Most of its complexity comes from its highly dynamic combats and mechanical skill. However, as mentioned in the elemental reaction section, let's end reaction section. Oh, I'm starting to feel like my focus starting to fade, chat. Mostly probably because of the lack of sleep, and I can't really drink more caffeine at this point, because I do have to hop off stream and go to sleep fairly soonish, like in like a little bit over an hour probably, a little bit after like Risa kicks in. for like the mainstream gachas. So, oh fuck, like right around when we do dailies probably. And because I want to try to get enough rest so that I am much more rested for not just work tomorrow, because the shift will probably be really fucking easy. It's one thing that's like, I dislike about my current job, and I'm excited about for my new job, is just that the challenge level isn't very high and it's not very engaging. And I enjoy killing it at work. So it's what I want to kill it at work, and there's not much to do to really kill it at my current job outside of a very few situations. Way more fun for me. Not to mention it being, you know, hospitality work, killing it also generally means more money, but that even aside, I just don't like being bored at work. Bro is seeking challenge in every aspect of life. I like challenge. It's like, it is like one of my favorite things and experiences is challenge. I enjoy it a lot. Probably because I'm a masochist. Are a lot. Buffs and timers are very important. And very important, very tight, and very flex to execute optimally. Very complex in the number of variables involved. There are simple buffs like pressing. Simple buffs like Haniel's skill and ult, and Sakuri's ult. Oh, you know, that reminds me. At the beginning of the video, I also want to make sure. Now, okay, since we are discussing complexity and skill ceiling, it is important to address the elephant in the room that is the meta of NTE. Frankly speaking, we don't know what the meta is. The moment, and I am fairly convinced that due to the complexity and skill ceiling of... Wait, why the fuck did I mention meta before? This is... Okay, I mentioned skill ceiling. Okay, I can adjust that later. Skill ceiling of... that we will never definitively know the meta for most characters. And for most characters and team comps. Emphasis on the most. Teams are more simple and are more simple and spreadsheetable. Okay, what's the other mention of meta? I should move that up here. And as mentioned in the intro, I am speaking about individual meta of characters and teams, not the overall meta of the game, because that is highly influenced by other factors like shill buffs. Actual overall game meta is too heavily influenced by outside factors such as shill buffs. Is not IMO a it's easy to say that Nonali is currently the meta for NTE because she is being shilled by the endgame buffs and the launch DPS. Limited DPS. Regardless of complex or not she may be, she's just simply got more raw stats. However, even then, it's understandable it's a good thing for you. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I've learned to enjoy my chill time a lot more. Like, just kind of chilling and, like, watching anime or, like, chilling and playing, like, PGR Endgame or something like that without having to engage with challenge. I think it's important to make sure you don't burn yourself out by constantly, like, activating your brain. But part of that is my ADHD makes my brain really crave activity, right? Like, ADHD is a dopamine deficiency. My brain wants dopamine and challenge give dopamine. The meta's getting time stop topped by Hotori in the time frame she pauses to cheat at rock, paper, scissors. Do you think you'll publish a video when Nali is still the shill unit? She's gonna still be the shill unit. The end game's not rotating for 30 days. She's still gonna be a shill unit. She's not gonna be the on banner maybe, but she'll be a shill unit. Think that it'll be particularly to definitively math out her superiority to other team comps and other gachas before have actually made launch standard units better than limiteds, than early banners. They're intentional or not. But more on that in the next section, since then we talk about complexity. Not. Can get good idea about it based on testing, based on playtesting comps in endgame. But I don't consider that definitive proof. Due to its not being well quantifiable mathematically. Namely, GUN and MC is currently the lowest skill floor team. IMO? Oh, definitely. No, definitely. Definitely. You can just work, and you can pretty easily work in, like, fucking Hanil into that team or something just for, oh, Sakura just for, like, fucking stat buffs. You can probably work Hathor into that team as well. But you can probably work Hathor into that team as well. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have GUN to test it, and I'm not... And without having her to test, I don't want to, like, try to theory craft too much, like, rotations and stuff. Also, welcome in, Paul. Good to see you. Some teams will be easier to spreadsheet. Teams, for example, competitors, but the competitors will not. Daffodill, my beloved Daffodill Quickswap variations, for example. Especially due to the presence of shill buffs. The shill buffs and skill variation. Okay, yeah, I think that was important to include there. GUN plus MC wheelchair, I'm in it with just minting the skill. Let's go. I mean, yeah, I was wondering if it's like, if it's good. Like, instead of like running Haniel or Sakura, and especially if you don't own Sakura, right? I mean, everyone's going to own Haniel. Just gotta clear enough endgame. But like, and you probably pulled her anyway, but you can get unlucky there. But like, I have wondered if it's worth, like, saving your Haniel and or Sakura, because, like, they are very good for, they're very good for, like, break team, right, to run both of them on Daffodill's team. If it's a good play to just throw Skia in there exclusively to get Remora and immediately swap off of him and never touch his buttons. Like, I've genuinely wondered if it's good to just have a level 1 Skia just so you can trigger Remora for charge for Nonali. You've tried both variants. Hathor ends up playing more of a burst quickswap role for the team. Yeah, the thing I'm wondering with, yeah, Skia with Remora, ult trigger with Good Boy ult. Yeah, because ult doesn't, like, eat timers, so you can just ult and immediately swap off. But yeah, the thing I wonder is with the Nonali, GUN, and MC team, if you run Hathor in the team, not replacing GUN. Because I play the variant with Hathor because I own Hathor. But I don't own Ju to try that team out. But I'm curious about like running Hathor as an additional sub DPS in a team, because Hathor's Remora extension allows you to spend the time she needs on her burst quickswap roll and still get non-elite charge. Because the most important thing of adding a Remora trigger into a non-elite team is for charge. Because bosses barely get fucking Remora'd. And the crit rate increase. I mean, frankly speaking, Hathor has good burst, but you could also have a level 1 Hathor, sorry. You could basically have, like, a fucking A2, like, 0 gear Hathor, and have her exist just for Remora extension and crit rate. You basically just main mint open with GM for grouping, MC use a skill for Remora 90% of the time. Exactly, yeah, because the thing is, like, MC will use skill for Remora because, like, you probably, if you're maining mint, you're probably spending enough field time for her to build up enough cycle to cycle onto MC, for your, bloom trigger, which you need for charge, right? That's my assumption. You could also, theoretically, if you're a fucking crazy person somehow, can time it properly, run by Young, it's like you're on the field carry, and try to do quick swaps with him with like GUN or something, so you can get Hex, Bloom, and Remora active at the same time, and just ignore his, like, Scorch mechanics, and just see how much you can hyper buff his damage. Because I'm noticing about, Baitang, it's pretty hard to generate his ults. Like, I'm definitely skill issuing, but, like, even with, like, Daffodill Quickswaps, his ult doesn't rotate off cooldown. Like, it's really hard to get his ult to rotate off cooldown. You don't really need it to, because it's a nice nuke, but, like, it can happen every other, like, skill rotation for him, because it just lets him get, like, double stacks of silence, or, AoE, whatever, fucking, kanji, whatever thing up, right? It lets him get extra words out, and he can still trigger them, because they last long enough, but it is pretty hard to get his ult up fast enough. So, like, charge unironically might be pretty good on him if you're running him as your primary carry. That's honestly maybe your Paladin law. You never saw Baitang's kit look like until yesterday and you like it? Yeah, Harrison. I enjoy Baitang a lot. Baitang Daffodill is a very, very fun team to play because they work so well together for swapbacks. And the thing about, like, Daffodill swapbacks is I enjoy it a lot, but in order for it to have purpose, you need to make use of what it gives you, right? And, like, the thing about Daffodill's quick swaps is that it gives you cycle, it gives you energy, and it gives you, like, field time for other characters and their cycle as well. And that's the thing that Baitang, all of those are things Baitang wants. Baitang wants ult energy because he really struggles with it. Baitang wants field time because his entire identity is he puts down, like, his like, skill-based, nuke words, right? And then he presses ult and spams basic attack to spam out blesses and just do constant DPS. And the easy way and general way to play him is to just stay on him until his ult runs out. And just pop all your buffs before he pops his ult. But with Daffodill, you can lose very minimal buff time, like basic attack uptime on him, and still have Daffodill constantly quick swapping for additional cycle buildup because he really likes Scorch as well, right? So you get significantly more Scorches, you get more Daffodill ults, assuming you don't have A1 like I do. I do want to do more testing without A1 because I activated A1 for clearing max stars because I just wanted to, I kept skill issuing. I was too fucking tired and I wanted to clear. But I do want to do testing without A1. But yeah, like, it builds up Daffodill ults for big nukes. It lets Baitang still do his thing, which is just spamming fucking basic for constant bless damage during his ult. As well as letting him build cycle and letting him build ult energy. It's, like, such a good, fun team to run. Not to mention, like, you literally can't Scorch without Daffodill, but I'm specifically talking about playing the quick swap style, not just having Daffodill exist for Scorch. Sakura team has a much easier time against smaller target falls. Oh yeah, that's why I run Sakura. I just run dot on first half. I run full dot team with Daffodill. The combo of 2 vacuum skills, true. G-Wen having a vacuum skill is so nice. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I've tried running Nanali first half, and I can't fucking do it. It's so hard to run Nanali first half, because even with Sakura, like Sakuri's suck, they still just get spread out way too much. Like, during her on-field time, her AoE isn't good enough, and they get spread out so much. Having, like, double suck, I feel like would help a lot with that. Not to mention, when she pops her ult, like, it seems to kill some of Sakuri's CC uptime. But yeah. Oh, wait, shit. There was something I wanted to mention up here. If anyone tells you that there is definitive meta units and comps, they are misinformed. Because we just, even in terms of playtesting, we don't know. Comps outside of Nanali, we don't know. The game has not been out long enough for proper end-game TC testing. Free-to-plays are not even at HR 40, and whales still aren't likely capped out on investment. Let's say end game. You can definitely argue that there's like mid game meta for sure. I mean, hell, Fadia gets shat on as the worst 5-star by a lot of people, by a lot of peeps. I am also guilty of this. And then there's showcase, and then there's Nova showcases like this one put on screen that show her sub DPS potential. Because she is a sustain unit with no useful buffs until we get HP scaler DPS. There's potential, especially in a Daffodill Quickswap back team that generates cycle really fast. Which I, as the #1 Daffodill Quickswap addict, would love to test out if I had a Fadia. Until we can clear actual final endgame with many teams by many TCs and testers. Because this game is hard to spreadsheets, we won't have a definitive meta. Outside of Nana Lee being shilled right now, with Nana Lee shill I mentioned earlier. Unless your name is Sakura. This little shit has so much utility built into her. Wait, Sakura her? Hold up.
It's my duty.
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Yes, as she looks. Okay. Into her. So much utility meme. Is so universal and so good. She's inarguably meta and likely hard to power creep for at least a while. Biggest attack buff in the game. Access to... Biggest attack buff in the game. Access to... Biggest attack buff in the game. Access to... Insane grouping for mob stages. Decent break reduction. Insane grouping for mob stages. Decent break reduction. Access to... Incantation reactions. Surprisingly decent. And swap backable basics. And can fucking eat enemy on mob stages if you get one guide. Like, it is insane that Sakura can just fucking eat a guy. Like, if you get one guide in a mob stage and kill 3 of them and one's alive, Sakura can just fucking eat them. Which is crazy. I don't know if they, like, remove your ability to do that in, like, the rotating, like, later stages or something, but, like, the amount of resets I've had saved when clearing the main endgame because Sakura can just fucking eat a guy is so nice. Cheese also does it. Yeah, but Cheese they have to be low enough HP for Cheese to kill them. Sakura can just fucking eat a guy. And you end up splitting Sakura GUN into 2 teams personally. The boss and pistols were clutch for the second half. Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely understand that. I mean, the reality is if you can still clear, like, the first side in decent time with one of your sucks, then that's fine. It's just, it's harder to do. You finish arting Ruby from Oshinoko? Hell yeah, let's go. Post that shit, Dread. On Twitter and in the Discord server. Speaking of which, if you are watching this and you're not already a part of the Discord server and you want to hang out with a bunch of other gacha degenerates, the Discord server, the Goondola To Gacha Hell, is in the description of the live stream or the video. If you are watching the VOD for some reason all the way to here, you weirdo. We love hags here, and don't forget to live your most authentic life. Look respectfully and goon from the heart. I don't know, I have been trying to be better about mentioning the Discord during earlier parts of the stream and not just in the actual ending thing of the stream, because that's, you know, normally how I end streams, with that whole little shebang. But it's probably smarter to do it more frequently, especially when there's more people in the stream. You've been playing around with Sakura Cheese Team in Limited Train? Hell yeah. I haven't really built cheese and probably won't until I've actually got my... I've got my main 2 teams built, and then I also want to potentially build other units, like Fadia, when I get her and everything, as well as GUN, so I'm just not really worried about cheese right now. If she's not meta, don't even know what is anymore. I made a career on knowing that. Okay. I need to cut this down a lot, for sure, but I'll worry about that later. For now, I just want to get all my points out. Even these don't last all that long. And alt generation. Some of these don't last all that long with how slow-paced NTE is. And alt generation is still a problem on them if you don't field them. Basic attacks. Daffodill Quickswap is very good at efficiently building them. But I digress. So happens that I'm good at efficiently fielding them, but I digress. There is the aforementioned cycle build up. Whoops. That make patients more complicated due to timers on the reactions. Outside of MC's instance cycle from skill, it takes time to build up cycle. During which the previous reaction debuff is ticking down. This necessitates pre-building cycle in order to be able to pop both reactions at the same time for the OP double reaction buffs. Or effects, I guess, not all buffs. Which makes rotations more complex, because you can't just do the typical one character does the thing, then the next. Because you have to swap back, you have to swap between units more complicated orders than in a line. Often can't just swap through units in a line. $500K lifetime port, not daily. It's Jesus is 500K lifetime. It's not daily. Still good, but it's lifetime. Still fun and still good. 500K is not a small amount of funds. And it's in the line if you want the effects up every rotation. It's also super easy for enemies to spread out even after you group them with units like Sakura and Jiyuan. It's Jiyuan, I believe. Jiyuan. Makes timing bursts for the moments they are grouped very important. You know what? Furthermore, it is breaks seem to stop enemies from being groupable, which means that timing breaks for when enemies are grouped, or in the moments that you are not wasting your grouping, is also very important. I mean, I think I think just generally speaking, one of the absolute biggest things about NTE that raises the complexity and the skill ceiling is just timings. The timings are so much tighter and harder to pull off in this game than, like, fucking any other gacha, frankly speaking. Because, like, ZZZ is very dynamic and timings vary, but the reality is once stun is up, you just do your stun rotation. As long as you haven't fucked up your resource accrual for it, you just do your stun rotation, and that's when the majority of your damage happens. NTE is not. NTE is like, okay, I do complex things to get all my buffs ready and my grouping ready, and then I execute my burst damage, and I make sure that the boss isn't doing some it's my turn mechanic when they do that, and it's tight and it's more difficult. If you ever try to play efficiently like a Daffodill break team, you start to notice how much swapping you have to do to be able to get Discord to reliably trigger, because Nova lasts 3 or 5 fucking seconds. Like, you can't just, like, I do a Nova now and not have Scorch prepped, because then Nova just triggers and you're fucked. Although now I think about it, I've never tested if Nova has, like, a long... You know what, let me check that real quick. Test if Nova has a longer active window for Discord than its 5 seconds. I'm 90% sure it doesn't, but I've never actively tested that, and I've always been, like, too tired during, like, endgame clearing and testing to, like, really pay attention to that. If you ever try to efficiently play a Daffodill I might as well just mention that that little rant of mine just now. Break team. That's a lot. It becomes incredibly apparent how hard it can, how complicated, how complex it can be to make sure you are swapping and generating cycle on multiple units to ensure that Scorch and Nova are triggered at the same time, because Nova lasts 5 fucking seconds. And tracking build up. Free Crown Slayer should probably build soon. Also, Lappy is legit just alpha. Yep, Lappy is legit just the alpha now. Which is why I think there's potentially interesting implications with Rossi and Wolfguard in Enfield, because they have wolf spirits related. They have like pack. Oh, they have oh my god, brain is melting. Signore de Lupi related attack animations, which are directly related to Lapland because she is the alpha of the pack. Not like the pack, not the pack in Enfield, but she's the alpha of the Signore de Lupi. Oh, Loop. Yeah, so very interesting potential implications. I hope to do something with it. Hydration check, appreciate it. I've been kind of sipping, but yeah, I should drink more. Furthermore, it's all okay. It is possessive with that. Okay, I'm really bad at remembering which it's you do. Which, if you forget that it's is a dehumanizing pronoun, is also very funny and true for me because I mostly date MB people. What are other annoying timing things in this game? I say annoying, but like it's just more complex and like high and like more skillful. A lot of cases. Oh, wait a second. This means that in fact, lots of units seem to struggle with alt generation, unlike most other gacha systems where alts are designed to be usable every rotation fairly cleanly when built correctly. Meaning, if you fuck up alt timings, it can't. The long build-up, the long downtime can be very significant. Clear times. There's probably even more timer-based complexities. Oh, right. Like to briefly mention summons, which are effectively, since some arcs give them effectively, which are effectively more buffs or damage to time into proper windows. Don't want to consider these as an additional layer of complexity for scoring, but they are yet another factor. Because of this, similarly, there are the one-use tokens in endgame that add yet another thing to time correctly. It's weird because normally possessives get the apostrophe, but not for... It's exactly, that's why I fucking get it mixed up all the goddamn time. Oh, that reminds me. On the meta thing, I need to make sure to mention Valk. Shout out to Valk from the Goondola To Gacha Hell community for pointing this out to me. Rest of us. Link the description to our Discord if you want to hang out with other gacha degenerates. To live your most authentic life, look respectfully, and goon from the heart. Hashtag Discord shill over. Ignore. Shit, what time is it? 1:36. We gotta do daily soon, and then we'll probably end the... There are probably even more factors to time appropriately. Think I've made my points. Other gachas have some complexity in these timers and buffs, but NT definitely takes the crown for it. good for the most part. NTE. Okay. What's the next point? So we can put it down, but I probably won't keep talking anything further. I guess rotations, which mostly got covered in the last point. Which I can just mention. Rotations. Mostly got covered in the last point. Rotations also don't. Games have rotations. They are not created equal in complexity. This is... Part of this is because some are simply more complex to execute. We already discussed heavily Again, some non-LA teams are simpler in all of this, namely any that use MC and GON/Hathor. Actually, let's put it in here. Heavily, like literally 30 seconds ago. However, some non-elite teams are simpler than all this, and they may use the complexity from timing all the things correctly. Whether this complexity for rotations is a good thing is very objectively subjective. It really comes down to how hard it is to press the buttons in the correct order. Is pretty simple in this. Like PGR. Genshin, as far as I know. Enfield. And most WUA teams. Fairly easy to learn and execute their optimal rotations. While ZZZ and NTE have more complicated ZZZ during stun windows and NTE, generally speaking, have more. Inputs needed. Which is probably why fighting game players like the more complex ones. Because I don't fucking know what is even going on with some of these Tekken combo inputs. It's weird because normally... Oh, yeah, sorry. You already mentioned... I already read that from you, Harrison. Oh, fuck. Okay. Whether... Regardless of preference, though, this is inherently more complex. Complex for better or worse. Also, simmer. Also reminds me of why I played Valorant and not CS GO, because I am not fucking learning smoke lineups in that I'll try to think of something funny to describe CS:GO about how toxic and like racist fucking the community can be in chat. I'm not fucking learning smoke lineups in that GOG Forsaken game just to even begin to enjoy the tactical aspects of it. True, absolutely positive in that absolutely positive community just to even begin to enjoy the tactical aspects of it. Like, seriously, I like played a little CS:GO with my friend who like really enjoys it, and I was like, I can't fucking like, I know where to smoke to cover these corners, but how the fuck do I throw my smoke there? Like, I really enjoy the tactical aspects of tac shooters like Valorant, and I really enjoy playing Valorant because the skill, like the barrier to entry in the skill floor was so much lower because you had abilities that were just easier to use in terms of smokes and mollies and things like that are important. I like understanding like loading maps and stuff is fun, loading corners and all that stuff is fun, but like I don't want to learn fucking smoke lineups. I would personally consider complexity-wise. Enjoy complexity-wise is how much quick swap and swap backs exists in the systems of this game. And how, more importantly, they may often be the optimal thing to do. But, oops. Man, that would be like a really good... That would be like a really good segue into Quickswap and swapbacks. Can I move the other systems things into different sections so that this can be the very last systems thing? Oh my god, it's 6 pages just to get to here. I gotta trim a lot of this down. That's fine though, I don't mind. I can put this before buffs, timers, and summons. There's no reason to not. Let's see. Fuck, what were they? God damn it. Yeah, okay. I'm tired, chat. I'm fucking tired. Speed and pacing of combat. Mobs versus bosses. Mobs versus bosses. Speed and pacing of combat. And I'll work on this later. Okay. Let's just add this transition here. And swap backs. Fucking boy, here we go. Let's yap. My dudes. Okay. Anyway, okay, I think that's good. We got a lot of this out. Oh. We got a lot of this out. The systems part is like by far the longest bit, because all of these are pretty fast to talk about, because it's kind of more about talking about how they interact with the systems. Combo buffering. Swapbacks and combo buffering. I think, yeah. Because in my opinion, that's like, this is by far the most mechanically complex part of the game. Mechanical complexity. Like, Wuwa has this. It's just that you do it because you like to, and outside of a few teams, there's a few teams that still are actually optimal as quickswap teams, but by doing it, you're actively harming your team. Like, you're actively, it's like we discussed that earlier on when talking about everything, but like, you actively harm your team in the vast majority of Wuwa teams by doing quick swaps and swapbacks, and it makes me sad. Last previous video is 11 months ago. Dread, the last proper video is 23 months ago. Those are just like stream clips. They don't really count those. They're not actually like full proper videos. This is like actually a proper video. Quick swaps, swap backs, and let me make this bigger. Oh my god, what's the fucking whatever? I don't know what the thing is for this. have a... We make a full video talking about this, especially in terms of Daffodill, because I could literally yap about this for an hour. However, this is what's in my objectively correct and inarguable opinion be the most mechanically complex out of the action gachas, with a close second from ZZZ. Okay, okay, I'm done. This is enough. We're breaking here. Got 16 minutes, or 16 pages is a lot. 16 pages is roughly 3 to 4 minutes per page. We're already over an hour. Which, like I said, is fine. I don't mind this being super long, but I do want to cut it down to not being that much more than an hour, ideally, or a little less than that. Like, some of these sections, like meta, for example, can be way shorter. Definitions for complexity and skill can definitely be a lot shorter. I mean, this is fucking 5 minutes, so like 20 minutes just to start talking about the subjects. That's definitely cut downable by quite a bit. But right now, I'm just trying to get all of my thoughts out and my points out so I can trim them down, so I can figure out what to remove. This is just like flow of consciousness drafting, basically. And I prefer to do this kind of flow of consciousness drafting over just like making bullet points and stuff, and like making an outline, which is how most other people would do it. It's more efficient to do that as well, but I just kind of prefer this. Okay. So, fuck, it's 1:55. Oh fuck, 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 close, close, close. We did NTE dailies, right, NTE is good, right, yes, okay, cool. Shit. I went too long, chat. Okay, let's close NTE. Start Enfield. I think I did Woo Daily. No, I didn't do Woo Dailies already. Fuck. Later. Okay, HSR. I'm not doing ZZZ right now. That's all the main ones that reset in a little bit. Okay, go. Close NTE. Doable. 5 minutes is doable when I'm not including ZZZ in there. It's very tight with ZZZ. If I want to get ZZZ's like battle pass done as well, but it's not too bad for these. It's just more of a matter of loading time issues. Shit, 1 minute's passed already and Woo hasn't loaded up yet. Come on, Woo. Come on, stop the ring, Woo. 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 Oh god, it's taking too long. Oh god. Oh, please go. Please go. Please go. Please go. Load faster. Load faster! Why are you patching right now, Woo? Shit. I have to go to Dijon. I have to go to Dijon. We can worry about burning stamina later. Why are you patching? No, it's restarting! Woo, stop throwing! God damn it. Go. Okay, my, thing should be fine. I just gotta do this. Okay, you.
It's my first time on DJ. By Addict.
Okay. Shit. What's next? Oh, right. No, wrong button. Shit. GIF. Gear assembly. Stop. Craft. Damn it, we got things loaded up too slowly is the problem. Okay, cool. M feels good. Trick snacks. Go, Trick snacks, go. Go, Trick snacks, go. Okay, if I can at least get my daily pass on Mua. God, it took fucking 4 minutes for me to just log into Wua. Or 3. Oh, almost 4 minutes to log into Wua. Go faster! Oh my god, I don't have enough time to spend on this. Level up a random echo. Level up a random echo. It doesn't matter which one. Oh my god, there's so many. I can get like stamina burning done in like 3 minutes, but I don't have 3 minutes. Fuck. Ah!
Meaningless rumble.
Damn it.
Symphony of life.
I think that's the most I can do. I don't have time for any of this other stuff. Yeah, there's nothing here that like I can actually do fast enough. Damn, sad. Nah, I'd load. Fucking exactly. Either way, we still need to burn stamina. Am I over... Am I, like, way over on, like, Hyuki mats? I think I am. I don't think I need more of these skill mats. Actually, I probably do. You need a fuckload of these, but... The fuck does Hyuki need for boss challenge? Probably these. Surely these, right? They don't have, like, a targeted system in this yet, do they? For, like... Surely... It's limited time access. It has to be these. There's no way it's not these. Just ignore the fucking story spoilers from this shit.
Will the approaching sounds be beautiful enough?
Wind calls, waves follow.
Shit. Shit.
Symphony of life. Whales rejoicing. An intriguing concerto. Witness blossoms in wilt.
Whirling up.
Is this Hyuki's map? Okay, I'm looking this up real quick. I don't want to waste stamina on if it's not. Hyuki Ascension materials. No, it's our choice. It's Nameless Explorer. Okay. I was like, there's no way it's Lady of the Sea. What the fuck? Why is Lady of the Sea in early access? Also, how do I not have Lady of the Sea unlocked? Alright, back over here. Are we fighting Lady of the Sea? You know, I'm not even gonna think about it. Probably spoilers.
our cooperation plan with by etiquette, I should.
Daily's done.
I'm heading to the lab.
Gotta do these. Gotta finish these at some points. Oh fuck! Could I have claimed this early? Ah fuck! I didn't realize it was a daily thing. Whoopsie.
Give it a try? Like this.
Could have collected credits, but whatever. It's fine.
Here. Oh. Wow. It flew so far. Impressive.
Okay, that's good. Credit store, buy this. That's probably good. Oh, no, I'm still 400. Fuck. Alright, never mind. Cool. Aura barrels. Okay, easy. Okay, now we can do all the other stuff. Stock redistribution. Ooh, nice. Negative 67 or 61%. That's pretty solid. Oh, yeah. Daughter is singing. I miss being out. I miss... After, like, I think it was this patch, you could no longer, like, free switch over by clicking during that loading screen. You used to be able to do it and it saved you, like, a tiny bit of time. If I click this, will you stop telling me no? Okay, there we go. We will do an Enfield stream soonish. Alright, let's just put in some sanity. Or I could just bank the sanity instead. Do I still have sanity bankers?
Look over here.
Am I maxed out on sanity? Fuck! Where the sanity bankers at? These things, right? Fuck! You can't. I can't get more! God damn it, fine. What the fuck was I farming? I still can't. I still can't farm the fucking thing for. I can't farm my weapon essence for Fang Yi because I haven't unlocked it yet because I haven't done enough of story to do it. What the fuck was I building? I think it was like I was doing like Masteries of Daughters stuff. Yeah. Okay, we'll just farm this. I don't feel like fighting Triagalos. The fight takes too long.
A new mission. Hopefully this helps.
Carbon contaminated.
Symphony of life.
Combat mode.
Thus, life or death.
Whirling on.
No
Come on, little one.
alternative.
Come on. Stars, light up tomorrow. Souls sing in harmony. To the savior's
I can't
victory.
probably quick swap this. Fang Yi's team requires too much.
Cluster cannon ready.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
Rises.
I was about to say, this fucking misses. I'm gonna be so mad.
You're in my way. We wither together.
Probably tell my buffs incorrectly. I should have killed him.
Hopefully this helps.
Cabin contaminated.
Symphony of witness blossoms in bloom. Appreciate every breath and pulse of life.
Eclipse!
This is what
The
Enfield
world is
fighting.
mine to guard. Objective lost.
Combat mode.
End blow. Ghosts don't feel pain. It's all right. Wind calls. Waves follow. The wicked. Whirling up. We'll
Error.
Come on, little one. Fly high. Truth. Reach the cosmos.
Absolute meaningless rumble. Symphony of life.
I'm not doing these fights very efficiently. I should probably swap to a proper team. This is my funny overworld team with like bitter ex-girlfriends, daughter and Rover, but I should probably swap to like a real team. Just to make this faster.
Be erased.
Cabin contaminated.
Surge of deep tides.
Wait, what the fuck just happened to my stacks?
By sea
Oh my god, I'm throwing.
sea mother. Oh, this will be
What sleeps within bamboo? Break like bamboo.
Error.
Next.
An
My move is
intriguing
the boy.
shadow. You're in my way. Symphony of
I
life.
did it for Lova ult. I might be stupid, chat.
Thus, you
I am definitely stupid, chat. I forgot that for Lova ult, which is my rotation didn't kill it. God damn it. I lost like over 50% of my damage on that run. I'm throwing. Shall I full weekly boss yet? I should probably be fighting the weekly boss if I haven't. Ah, yes, spoilers, the boss. Let's go. Yeah, Fungy's team is too active. There's not really any time for me to quick swap over. Ow!
Symphony of life. Witness blossoms in wilt.
engulfed by sea's venom. Riptides claim you. Oh, this will be
What sleeps within
There's
bamboo?
time. Why won't you?
Chill, girl.
My
Ensemble.
move is the boy.
Snap.
Are we there yet?
I keep overcapping. I should probably burn some of this backup stamina. I chunk Cantarella. See venom in a heartbeat. Smile.
Mr. B. Meaningless rumble. Symphony of life. This changes nothing.
Oh god. Oh god.
Heed the echoes. Chant.
Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Swap. 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 Swap.
I'll keep you company. Sleep in the whispers of sirens. To sunken depths, suffocate.
Just stop. There's still time.
No.
Why won't you?
Oblivion. You're in my way.
Girl, chill. Holy fucking moans. Holy shit. Girl, chill. Yeah, holy audio. Holy shit, the audio is going so hard, and so are most people listening to it. Bless my ears. Smile. Oh, hello. Hello, sir. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I need to do my fucking content. Wait, how long until Whimpering Waste is over? I haven't like fucking missed it, right? I'm not throwing that hard. Oh wait, nope. Whimpering Waste already cleared. Triple S. Okay, cool. Mostly need to do Hazard Tower. We'll do. I wanted to wait on doing all of that until after we get Hiyuki and build her team though, just for funsies. Man, now that fucking Cyberpunk collab got officially announced, I'm gonna have to really grind the shit out of some Wua because I want as many polls as possible. And this is what my quest log looks like. And I am missing so many blue quests, chat. Like, there are so many other blue quests. But yeah, this is what my... Like, I still haven't done basically all of the companion stories from, like, Renacida. So yeah, we got some grinding to do. Time for America's favorite game. Action game damage sounds are hentai. True. Hugo's kid is a tad bit filled to the brim and then some. That's fine. I'm used to PGR kids. Like, PGR kits have, like, basically a single optimal rotation until you start doing rotation adjustments for, like, trying to mold HP breakpoints. But a lot of the times their inputs are pretty complicated. And their kit, the kit descriptions, holy shit. Like, the kit descriptions are fucking insane in that game. You think Wua kits have, like, a lot of words? Do not look at PGR kits.
Combat mode.
Yeah, okay. Should be good on everything. I don't think there's, like, a delivery to collect. We got time. We've got so much time for all of this. Wait, shit! Aren't I supposed to be doing this? Fuck. This is, like, actually, like, you have to start doing it early. I'm assuming this is the same shit as before. Fuck you. We support Hiyuki. I don't really care. I'm just gonna support Hiyuki every time. Fuck it! She's alpha, fuck it. I haven't been doing, like, any... I have not been doing, like, fucking any of the event stuff because I've been waiting for us to do a Wua stream. Literally just started? Okay, good. Good. No Jinsi, so you could be Troopy. Smile. I mean, I voted for Frolova every time last time, but she basically never won. Don't you tempt me with your bundles. Don't you tempt me with your bundles, Wua. I might wail on some bundles, mostly just to build up pulls for Lucy. I've also got so many of these. I could buy 2 Lucy copies on Gold. Like, there is a part of me that is a big enough simp for fucking... Oh, I should buy these. There is a part of me that is a big enough simp for Cyberpunk that I would consider getting max sequences on Lucy and never activating them. Just to have them. Like, just to have them. Which is, like, such a bad idea. Like, I don't even have that many pulls. 105. The 2X's did just restart, though. We do have 2X's back again. Woo, compensation. Damn. I'm finally going to have to drop the Frolova profile picture because Lucy's coming out. Jinx, the menu does not open by itself. Smile. Yearly Wua Musume. Couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard. Smile. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see how lucky we get with Hiyuki, but I definitely do not have enough pulls for... I definitely do not have enough pulls for Lucy. Shit, did I just get... Oh, no. I think I just got rid of the Frolova ones I was saving. No, maybe? Maybe not? Okay, no. They're in here. Okay, cool. Cool. I almost freaked out. I refuse to cash in the achievements for, like, the Frolova, for, like, some of the Frolova quest stuff. And some of the Amith quest stuff. Because I'm fucking weird like that. Okay, well, anyway, it was good.
I'm in the flow.
Roger. Engaging the enemy.
Yeah, I'd rather have them saved. I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Fuck, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm throwing chats. Ow.
A rain of blue, a lance of sun.
My god, how am I fucking missing? This is gonna take too long with all of this shit missing. I'm just gonna reset. It'll actually be faster.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
I'll leave that side to you.
A burst of storm, a birth of light.
You can't escape this.
Target locked. Fire.
I think the ult animation time actually slows down the kill by a few seconds, but whatever. I guess while we're here, I might as well just keep farming more of these.
I'm in the flow. All variables.
It's actually a bit better for me to do this with...
A rain of blue, a
do this
lance
way,
of sun.
but... Okay, yeah, I'm doing my rotations more cleanly now.
Victory will...
Okay, yeah, I gotta burn these sanity boosters anyway. I think this is more than enough, though. I don't actually remember if Daughter uses these for her other skills.
Originium will carve a path for us.
I mean, like, I should probably build other teams, but whatever. This team is fun enough to play.
Just need to tune this.
Oh, no, she uses this
the
one.
spoils of our victories.
She does use it for this, though. Sure. Okay. Let's use the rest of our things to farm this, even though I have... How many of these do I have? Oh my Jesus, I have so many of these. Whatever. Like, weapon essences are probably what I should be farming, but I'm too lazy to do that.
We prepare fully.
That requires,
before
like,
stepping
ziplining over there and then fighting and stuff. Multiple waves, and this is just so much faster.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
I'll leave that side to you.
Target locked. Perfect is this way. A streak of rage.
Fucking up timing wise and not get fun use. Shit up properly. Feel like I'm I think my battle skill's not applying thunder fast enough. Okay, well that takes care of that. Even the free BP gives a bit on the selectors. Yep. Yes, it does. Many selectors. Actually, now I think about it, did I buy the good BP yet? I should do that. It increases the amount you get. And, like, going over cap actually fucking matters in this. I'll buy it later.
I heard Miesco Industries just released a
Okay. Well, that should be good on Enfield. There's really not much anything else to do on here. For daily stuff, at least. Oh, Stretch already did Arc Knights, so we're good on that. NTE just reset, so we might as well just pull that up real quick. Oh shit, did I do NTE dailies? Did we do NTE dailies? Fuck. I had it open. I don't know if we did we did daily. Yeah, no, we did dailies in the first 30 minutes of stream. Okay. Deck Builder Fest, bet. Alright, Morrimans. I might as well check my cafe in NTE though. And then it is important for me to do Path to Nowhere stuff because it's anniversary right now and I need to pull a few more copies of the limited. Fuck, I hit the wrong button. How many times I have to hit start for it to work? Oh, Morriman's dailies are done. Don't have a 5 pull yet. Wait, shit. Got to get this. Need to buy all of these, 'cause I'm still building teams. Need to buy all of these, don't have enough. That's fine, don't need that, don't need that. Probably need these. I've got good enough Steppenwolf pieces now, I don't need to buy any more of them. Alright, get the Mythag, and we are good. What's this? Ooh, lovely stuff. Okay. I did play way too much Morrimans last night. I got way too locked in doing the end game, and did not get enough sleep. How many character pixels do I have? Enough for a level up? Nope. don't have that much, do we? Still got some at least. The smart thing to do would be building my other characters, but it still annoys me that I don't have correct main stats for Nonali and Keeps. Then again, I could probably hit 40 pretty... I'm not going to be able to grind enough this week for hitting 40, so we're probably just going to take our time hitting 40 right now. I'm just going to keep farming these.
I heard you're calling. My turn.
Wait, why am I ulting? Just slows things down. Daffodill Quickswap funny. Surely this time. You know what? I'll fucking take it. Yeah, attack percent looks great. Yeah, I'll take it. You can actually have a
Back to work again.
proper set on him now.
Fine.
Although break effect's probably not... Break's probably not, like, the worst for him. Because he does contribute a lot of break damage the amount of time I field him. But it's definitely worse than this. Damn! Those stats... Yeah, it's definitely... Holy sub-stats. I have so much experience for these things. Holy substats. Still probably save this potentially for a different character, but... Do we have a tenor? We have a tenor. You know, it's pretty good. It's not very good, but we'll save it just because... it's not very good. That is very not good. Well, cycle intensity actually might be nice for some builds. Let's go 2 with a crit, sure. Save cycle intensity ones. Save cycle intensity ones. Oh my god, so many. Wait, why am I doing custom? Shit. Should not be doing custom. Why is it auto default to custom? Like, I'm literally just doing these to dismantle them for experience. Do I have any better level 2 modules to use? Yup. And I got a new one of these, didn't I? Probably better just for the raw base stats. I still need something from Natalie. She's using this fucking Lakshana damage bonus one. Break intensity isn't the worst. It's better, but the subs aren't worth it. Like, the subs are at least good on this one. Do I have anything for her to replace shit with? Nope. No golds that she can use. Okay. What Hathor? What new golds do I even have? I've got a 3. I've got a long 3. Oh, next step priority is probably MC because they're kind of a sub DPS. That's just auto equip. Healing bonus! Fucking healing bonus! Should probably grab break intensity on them. At the very least, it's something. Probably just go ahead and level this one since I'm not going to have... I'm not going to be farming this domain for a while because I've got everything I need for Daffodill. Just got a very solid set now. Fucking Lixana damage bonus, I swear. Okay, yeah, now we can just, I really wish you could dismantle from in there, but I don't really know if you can. I think I have set to trash. Just this one. You know, cycle intensity could be useful. Yeah, that one's already not worth keeping. I think that's everything. I should probably just check to make sure Hathor doesn't have anything better. I think I already checked though, right? Yeah. Haven't paid attention to gearing at all yet. There's no reason to pay attention to gearing until HR 30, arguably HR 40, because like it's not smart to farm this before HR 40. I'm just doing it because I'm not smart. I should be dismantling these for rewinds. I'm dumb. Whoopsie. I did the wrong thing, chats. Nope, don't need those. Just need experience. Alright, that takes care of all of that. Why do I have this locked? I mean, a big part of it is me farming up experience for leveling them, but I also have so much now of that now, it's probably not worth keeping. Or not worth doing that. Shit, did I send gifts yesterday? Oh, fuck. Oh, no, we did during dailies. Yeah, okay, we did. Did I buy the wrong flowers? Let me check the pin message again. Oh no, that's right. You need to buy for Daffodill. You need to buy the fucking. This shit is the most efficient way. Even though it's very expensive, it's still the most cost-efficient way to level her bond. Oh yeah, Harrison, you were asking about fast ways to burn your city stamina. If you're willing to be bored out of your fucking mind and sit there, fishing's pretty efficient, honestly. Fishing is decently... somewhat decently efficient. More importantly, fishing actually gets you something after you've done it for long enough compared to the other ones, because you can actually buy beetle coins at level 10. But holy shit, does it take fucking forever to hit level 10.
Let's go.
Oh wait, shit, I need to kill this vending machine.
Ready. I
got it.
Me? All right.
Bonk.
I'll handle this.
Where are we headed?
Skirt! Oh, skirt! I'm failing at the skirt. Skirt! Skirt!
Flew off.
Good, fly off. Fuck is this store? Oh, it's up there. Okay. You know, it's so much slower running around the city in first person because you can't spam dash, but I just really enjoy doing it. Just reminds me of all the good times playing Cyberpunk.
Welcome to Oops Chest.
Fuck, these are not cheap. Maybe I'm buying the right one. It is promise, right? I'm not throwing. Yes, okay, it's promise. Oh, it's so expensive, chat. Oh, it's so expensive, chat. Daffodill's worth it!
I'm ready.
Even though I'm delaying my buying of my nice new motorcycle. Where's the fucking Bond menu button? Actually, I'm curious. I should know this to make it faster in the future. There isn't one. There is not a button for Bond. Great.
I don't think I've told you, but I like it a lot.
Oh, it's so expensive,
Thank
chat,
you.
but it's technically the cheapest way to do it. Theoretically, if you hit the autoplay buttons on Mahjong, it just plays itself. You don't need to check it once it's done. Yeah, you can also just, like, do some of the earlier coffee ones for owner's selection with, if you have a level 3. Oh, if you have a level 3, what's his fucking face? Manipulative uncle. Ooh. Holy shit, why does my brain keep saying Edgar? He's not fucking Edgar Adler. If you have level 3 Adler, you can also just do coffee. I think if you're willing to do it actively, probably the fastest one, if you have, like, Baitsang and Nanali, level 3s, for life skills like I do, is to just do, like, one of the, final tier owner selections that gives you... that you can win. There's one of them you can clear in 40 seconds with the two of them by just spamming the hammer. And so it's 40 seconds to get like clear out like 16 stamina at the same time. It's disgustingly efficient. But for me personally, as long as I'm willing to like be fucking brain dead while doing it, because I'm just gonna watch something on my side monitor while doing it, I've been doing fishing. Just because fishing, once you hit level 10, you can buy beetle coins, which is kind of fucking huge. But holy shit, it's gonna take, like, probably over a month for me to hit level 10 with how fucking slow it is to level. More pulls! Let's go! That's the cost of one, promise, Matt. Okay, Nonly is at 4 now, which means that we have her moved in, so I need cheese to be 4 next to your priority.
I love it. I really do.
I am not giving you promised mats. Fuck you. Who else? Baizong, just because he's funny.
A gift from a friend is a treasure. I'll put it where everyone can see.
Who next?
Where do you want this to be delivered?
Let's give one to Hathor.
Oh, I'm the recipient.
Yes, you are. Ooh, Tycoon? What do I have in Tycoon? Shit. I totally forgot to do this for this. Shit, I completely fucking forgot to do this. It's probably more funds efficient to do these ones, right? Considering how expensive those promises are and I want to use them for gifting.
Let's go!
Is this the entrance? Nope, fuck me. Man, these stores are always open. Oops, wrong one. Got the menu for stores. Oh, these are so much more efficient. Shit, how many of these do I need, though? I don't want to overbuy. Yeah, I need to save all these promises so we buy other things for them. One more 4-seater. How much do I need? 750. Fuck, I keep going to the wrong menu.
I'm ready.
This fucking Cafe for Origins is just gonna like permanently have a red mark now, isn't it? Because I have these goddamn mats. Yep. Yep, it's just gonna permanently be there. I didn't swap these. Whoopsie daisy. You need 90 more? What the fuck do you... Oh my gosh. Fuck you. Alright, fine. Be that way, game. How fucking expensive are these? What's the cheapest mat I can buy?
Where are we headed?
Damn, I love this track. It's such a vibe for riding through a city.
Welcome to Oops Chest.
They can't possibly all be 10k, right? Okay, these are cheaper at least.
It's my duty.
Wrong button, goddammit. Please, please go away. Oh, thank goodness it's away. Okay, I was afraid it was gonna have a permanent exclamation mark. Oh, butler upgrade? Sure. I guess I don't actually have to find the butler, even though he's right there. Just do this. Still haven't finished my pink pools. Do I want to do a run? I don't know. I don't remember, like, the good pathing for a run. But it's ending soon, and I still haven't actually kept it. I think I'm at, like, 850k or something. Which is, like, one good run. And really, the more important thing, I think, is to focus on like, building up the pink coins.
There are instructions right on the screen without you. Hello there. Yes, of course.
I'm at 830k, so that's like 2 okay runs or 1 really good run. Oh, right, I have a vault key. I could just open the vault. Why did I have to scroll down for that? Oh my god. Okay, I'll have to click them all individually. I was gonna go crazy. Pink coins come so slowly. So, I did link a guide in the Discord server that is a really solid pathing guide that gets you that can get you around 1,000 plus pink coins each time if you with like a group at least if you do it. So that one is probably a very good. Even if you can't get that many per run, it's still like getting close to 1,000 per run is pretty solid. If you follow the pathing. Obviously, it's RNG, because it's always RNG, but it's very good pathing to hit, like, pretty much all the really good spots for, like, spawning the items to pick up. So, would recommend looking at that video. The creator, whose name I cannot remember right now because I'm tired, has 2 pink pool heist guides talking about, that have pretty good pathing on them, so would recommend taking a look at that if you really want to farm pink coins. Right, I've got these fucking messages. I don't feel like doing those right now. Is there anything else we're gonna do with this other than like pink poor heist right now? I don't think so. I don't have any more character pixel items. Which smart people save anyway, but I refuse to be smart. Part of me is like, I should go try out the first level of Pause Express, but that is a psychopath thing to do.
I'm ready.
When I am tired. I should not do that when tired.
What do you?
Go ahead.
Who calls a
Recipient.
What should we do today? Me! I'm ready to go!
MC or Hanyo level up? Let's do Hanyo. I have enough of these. I burned all my stamina already. Shit. Mistakes were made. should really level this up. This increases attack bonus, right? It does not. It's just damage. Okay, maybe not worth leveling up then. Does Haniel's increase attack bonus? It does. Haniel's are worth leveling up then, but she needs to be ascended. There's not a significant damage increase with how frequently you pop it. But yeah, there are like pretty late level owner selection ones that you can choose by using anomalies that hitting customers the hammer grants you 150% of the current dish price. And then using Baitong, who causes you to not lose combo when you hit them with hammers. So you just spam the hammer and just make money. And there's one of them you can complete in like around 40 seconds on average, if you spam that. So pretty efficient way to get it done, but it is manual. If you do like owner selections with Adler, or you just do like Mahjong, I guess, you can just have it play on auto and do it itself. Is there a Tycoon level that gives you more stamina cap, or is like 700 the max? No, well, I can't really check any more than this. So, more than 700 if they don't increase the amount you burn is like way too fucking much, I'm gonna be real. That's too much to do every week. As much as I'm enjoying the show. Ooh, Baisong quest. Or Baisong thing.
That place is...
Where are we headed?
Bike faster. Skirt! Hey, buddy. Hey, oh my god, my bike is turned into a ghost. I killed Baitong, chat. He's a ghost now.
Baitong. He's actually sleeping here. Looks pretty comfortable.
Instead of
Should I
working.
wake him up?
Wake him up!
Hey, wake up. You'll catch a cold sleeping here.
Thanks, kind stranger.
Oh, so you were already awake.
Up until just now, I was probably half asleep, half awake.
Looks like I disturbed your dream.
Or perhaps you saved me from a nightmare.
Then I'll try to save you earlier next time.
I'll send you an SOS for my dreams. Though, if only you really had come earlier.
Because the nightmare was scary?
Come.
Because I originally came here to watch the sunset. But before the sun even set, this warm breeze made me drowsy.
And Skia is looking
Next
for him
thing I
because
knew,
he's skipping work
I
again.
opened my eyes to nothing but stars filling the sky.
That's a bit too comfortable.
When there's nothing to stress about, you should live a little more relaxed. Since you're already here, want to take a walk together? The stars are really bright tonight.
All right, let's go.
This is gonna take a while, isn't it? A lot of these ones, you kind of like interact with them, and then it's a cute cutscene and it's over, but now I gotta follow this motherfucker. Go faster. Go faster. Go faster.
What a beautiful view. Do you think we might be the first people in all of Hethro to come up with the idea of stargazing in a flower field tonight?
Probably
Does
not.
it really matter either way? What would happen if we were?
It would be pretty memorable.
What if we're not?
It would still be pretty memorable.
Then it doesn't really matter either way.
Those three brightest stars in the northern sky, when you connect them together, form the legendary Hethro Great Triangle.
Yeah. Or maybe we should...
Ah, she didn't finish the line.
I never expected to see such a beautiful view today. The heavens really are smiling down on us.
Man
I feel
just
like
wants to
whenever I'm
fucking
with you,
chill.
all sorts of good things happen.
And not
How
work.
about considering a career change and joining ETD4 as our lucky charm?
Being a lucky charm, though, I'll pass on that. Speaking of them, maybe I could tell them about this nice spot sometime and we could have a picnic here.
Well, I was planning to tell them about it later.
After
Are you
my
afraid
work
they'll
is gone.
track you down and drag you back to work?
After they finish our
let's
work.
go with that.
Shock eyes. White hairs enjoying the sky together. That is a
Next time we
crazy
get the chance, let's
night
come back here
aurora.
again. Come watch the sunset together or sunrise.
Oh,
or
cute. His like
we could pick a
photo
weekday
for his
afternoon
badge
and
is
sunbathe in the flower fields.
him doing a cute
That
smile
sounds nice too.
and a wave.
Wouldn't that be skipping work for you?
Yes.
Just don't tell Skia and the others, okay? Otherwise, our secret hideout will be under surveillance by workaholics.
I feel like you very intentionally picked workaholics so they could do your work
I'm
for
an
you.
accomplice now.
That was pretty cute. I like that these little character moments are a thing that kind of just show up on the map that you can go do. It is very sweet. I don't think that increased bond level though, did it? I think that's just the cute little moments you get to have with them. Oh wait, it does. It does give you some affection level. Oh. And I've done none of them with Daffodill. Haven't found her around town yet. It's nice that you're not the only character to see them too. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, look at these cute little things. Murder them.
Friendly fire!
I'll handle this.
Oh shit!
Shift change!
Here I am.
Me? Alright.
I'll handle this.
Oops, fucked up the swap back window. More achievements. Oh, I haven't done the Naku Beta blessing thing. I need to do that so we can eventually get the fucking arc. There is crime happening over here. Hello there, crime! Oh god, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck.
Me? Alright.
Man. Fucking double spot backing with these guys is just so satisfying. I love this team. Stealing their bike. Why does this... Wait, why does this feel like it handles worse than my bike? Wait, there's more crime. They're criming, chat.
Here I am.
I am the Knights!
Friendly fire.
Just watch them dive from the dart. Oh! Maybe not.
Me? All right. Friendly fire.
I feel like I'm getting a better feel for the double swap back timing. I kind of fuck up Bite Song side of it a decent amount.
Here I am.
Oh, fuck me. This is one of the vehicle ones. I have to drive this shit and talk to the cop afterwards. Should recognize this one at this point. I've done it like 3 times now. Skirt! How many crispy mouse coins do I have? Do I have enough to buy the annuleth? I do. I mean, actually, I do need beetle coins. This is not bad. Vigilantism is paying off. Right, I got distracted though. I was doing Nakapeda. I think the fastest way is to go through here.
I almost flew off.
Good, fucking fly off Sakura. Ah, goddammit. And yeet! Oh, I got 6 coins for that? That's pretty good. Okay, it's gonna take a less time than I thought it was gonna take if you can get that amount per. It's like a bunch of quests and shit that I haven't grabbed. Oh well. There's not much to do right now. So, you got one with Hattori at the Wishing Tree? Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Actually, now you mention it, I think I've gotten one with Hattori. So yeah, I probably did know that you can... Oh, I've seen one with Hattori at least. I don't know if I've actually done it. Oh, there's one with Nonly over here. Let's go take a look. And then probably end after this. Because I need to be getting ready for bed.
Let's go!
Skirt!
Nanalie, are you here to buy?
Yeah. I'm planning to get myself an electric scooter. With an electric
She's
scooter,
going to fucking
I
die.
won't
She's
have
gonna
to
crack
climb
her
on
skull.
top of buses to patrol my territory anymore.
A boss who patrols her territory by bus and electric scooter.
No laughing! For the family's growth, I, BG Daime, am willing to endure any hardship.
She's such a chuny
Yeah,
chat.
You're a very capable boss.
This Delulu little child.
Alright, I'm going to pick up my scooter.
Hello there. About Nina. You mentioned Nina when I first came on as apprentice here, so I'm familiar. She's kind of hot. Everyone on the street loves her, though. The people anomalies, you and Nina are close. We're just regular friends. No, good friends.
Which model would you like to take a look at?
Cute.
This one looks so cool. I want this one.
All right, the price is 49,999 pawns.
What? It's just an electric scooter. Why is it so expensive?
How much did you expect it to be?
Super flagship premium launch deluxe edition, so the price is a bit higher. The regular model is 29,999 fawns.
That's why it looks so nice.
Regular model?
I only saved up 3,000 phones. I thought this stuff wouldn't be
Wait, she said 3,000, but it says 10,000.
Could you give us a discount? We'll recommend our friends to buy vehicles here in the future too.
Yo, use that MC Riz.
All the prices are set by
Damn.
headquarters, so it's really difficult. How about this? If you don't mind a used vehicle, we have a used electric scooter here for 9,999 fawns.
Bet.
All the functions work perfectly. It's just a bit old.
All right, used it is. Better than nothing.
True. Finally learning the joy of owning pre-owned vehicles.
Want to go for a ride together?
Sure.
Let's go.
Oh shit, she gonna wreck this thing fucking immediately.
I've been dying to try this.
Yo, wait, she can use her skill with it? Okay, that's awesome.
Look.
Yay!
Oh, she's gonna fucking wreck that shit. She can fucking use her skill with a scooter. That's peak.
Building, shooting straight up to the sky.
Pretty wild. Very exciting.
Want to go for another round?
My heart can't really handle it right now. I think I'll pass.
If only we could do that in
Thinking
game.
back on it, that feeling of shooting straight up, it really was pretty cool.
Let's come back next time then.
Holy shit, that's awesome. Oh, there's crime happening, chats.
That place is...
I am the knight.
Friendly fire. Here I am.
Ah, swapped off by song a little too early.
Shift change.
I'll handle this.
Oh, he's helping cats and a dog. You know, I haven't done any of the crime stuff yet. Like, I haven't gone to jail yet. Kinda want to go to jail, but maybe not right now. Any other friend things? Those were cute. I liked those. Guess not. Looks like we're out of the friend things to do. Oh, I should probably go do my witch things. Excuse me. How did I even crash?
That place is...
Let's go.
Very efficient way of going up the stairs. Oh, what are you guys doing out here?
It's right here. This looks like your average house.
This
Does it?
isn't as scary as they say.
What are you guys doing?
This isn't even on the map.
Witch's house up ahead. We're here on an adventure.
Cute.
Good luck.
Chidrins.
What are you guys doing?
They're just hanging out here.
Good.
That's cute. Man, they put a lot into this game to like make it feel alive.
Greetings. Welcome to the witch's lost souls.
Ah, I'm so short. Damn.
Greetings. Welcome your path ahead. Greetings. Welcome to the witch's
Yeah, a bunch of characters
house.
just be around. Yeah, it's neat. I like it.
The head is shrouded in
It's like just a. It's like it helps like the world feel alive and feel like the characters are actually going around doing their own things and being actual, you know, characters in the world and don't just exist when they're like part of story beats and things like that. It's nice. I like it a lot. They did a really good job with implementing that, because that's like one of the biggest things that makes GTA so good as a game, right? It's just how lived in the world is, with how much detail work they put in to make the world feel like a city and feel like it's lived in. You learn that Edgar's the same faction as Blackbird? Interesting. Weird, but interesting. I feel like I want to do a thing. What thing do I want to do? Like, I want to do like one more thing before hopping off. Maybe one of these? I haven't fought a lot of these guys yet. Maybe skill issue 1 fights and then hop off. You spent some time reading through some of the backstories in game? Hell yeah. I would like to do that at some points. Learn more of the deep lores.
Time to switch what looking at.
I don't want to burn that right away. I need that for Bite Song.
Now it's my time to shine. Get it, Guillermo! Got them all away.
Me?
Nowhere to hide.
Shift change. Spoken states. Must not be.
Here I am.
Friendly fire.
Shit. I'm skill issuing, chat. I'm skill issuing!
I got it.
Hook up your ears.
Leave it to me. Predictable.
All right then.
I'll have 1,000 eyes. Awaken!
My turn.
Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'm skill issuing too hard for this. Fadia got hit by a car as a child. Is that when she discovered her masochistic side? Oh, look, we got another upskirt. Hi, Blackbird. I guess you could just trigger the upskirt by doing an anomaly commission and coming back. Sup, girl? Enjoying yourself there? What you riding? Some fanfic? Alright.
The legendary witch is right here. This
Okay, yeah, I think I should hop off at this point. Her para awakened and healed her when she's bleeding out on the street. Oh, neat. That makes sense. Oh, stretch. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Do we do the unwise thing and spend on a 10 pull. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, chat. Let's not do that. That sounds like a bad idea. As tempted as I am, let me remove the temptation. That's the only way to like max out these is by slowly buying them over the course of a month. Course of like 5 months, I guess. Man, I do really like this skin a lot.
What should we do today?
It's definitely my favorite MC skin. I do kind of like this one too, though. But holy shit, it's gonna take forever to get that one. Buying them or getting them on misses from Weapon Banner. Oh yeah, you can get them as misses on Weapon Banner. I forgot. Right, you can get them as misses. You wanna rock the prison outfit? Hell yeah. Oh, one of these. Alright, let's go upgrade that, and then we'll hop off. And then we will call it. Wait, shit, I didn't claim this yesterday, fuck. Wait, what the fuck is this crate again? Oh shit, I don't remember. Oh, this fucking loft is so big, chat. Why is it so big? What the fuck is the crate? Where's the crate? I already did this week, didn't I? Yeah, I already did it this week. Where's the crate? I think I remember being on the ground floor. It's like tucked away somewhere. Maybe it is on the second floor. Where's the crate? Yeah, I think I forgot to get the crate yesterday. Which sucks because I really need beetle coins. Need so many beetle coins. Where's the crate? This fucking place is so big. There it is. Okay, so it's like up the stairs and to the right immediately. Okay, good to know. Ah, that's why you have a dupe of bite songs. Ah, gotcha. You can move them? At least you could in the first apartment, huh? Why's my scroll wheel not working for going down to view? It's weird, my scroll wheel isn't working. Huh. Harrison, I love you. Harrison, I love you. Shit. 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 Oh my god. I still have to drag and navigate this fucking bullshit gigantic apartment. Just store it and take it out later. We're already doing this. We might as well keep doing it. Let's go. It's in the living room. Fuck! I hate everything. Come on, you son of a bitch. I'm doing it this way because I hate myself. Fuck. Let's go. Okay, let me teleport here and see where I actually end up. I was trying to select the TV in first apartment, and after I messed up placing it, I thought you couldn't allow. Let me out. Oh, there's not a hamster ball in this one, is there? Oh well, whatever. Okay. Okay. I think it's time to call it. It's time to call it. I'm gonna go check out this hamster ball real quick, and then we're gonna call it. Hard. Oh. Alright, you fat little shit. Damn it. Wait. 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 I am the knights!
Friendly fire! Leave it to me! Here I am.
Okay, well that was a funny way to end stream. Have a great night, everyone! Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for joining. It's been quite a bit of fun. And if you are... I mean, everyone in here is probably already in the Discord server. But if you had a good time tonight and you want to hang out with a bunch of other gacha degenerates, the Discord server, the Goondola To Gacha Hell, is in the description of the video and or the live stream and or VOD if you're watching all the way to the end for some reason, you weirdo. We love hags here, and don't forget to live your most authentic life, look respectfully, and goon from the heart. Okay, bye! Holy shit, I can't hit end streamy.